greens, oranges. It is a wonderful place to spend a few days. We're down in Biescas then. This area, normally a very valuable tourism destination thanks to the glacial landscapes and lots of open-air activities. Lots of cycling takes place in this particular town, the birthplace of Fernando Escartin, who was a podium finisher in both the Tour de France and La Vuelta on 2 different occasions. In 1998, there was a tragic floods here which shook the entire country, and La Vuelta celebrated a stage departure from Biescas. This place is certainly looking forward to hosting today's stage. As we got used to in pandemic times, no fans allowed around the coaches of the various teams that are taking part in this year's race. Must be a little bit strange, I would have thought, for the teams not seeing the fans outside the window when they come driving in the morning when they get parked ready for the race. The riders getting ready then for the rollout. We are around about 6 minutes from the start of today's stage. We are going to have 163 riders now take to the start of today's stage. And this is very famous roads that we're going to race on, and we'll come over and talk about that just a little while, just to update on exactly what's happened on these roads previously in La Vuelta. So looking down on Biescas, nice little town nestled up here in the mountains. The riders today have got a pretty long rollout to the start of kilometre 0. Around about 18 minutes is where the riders are going to race through. 18 minutes of just rolling until the flag is dropped. Biescas on the start line for the Movistar team. Luis Leon Sanchez in the colours of the Spanish champion. And the masks now being taken off by the riders. They're allowed to take those off around about 3 minutes from the start of the stage. Today we've got a number of climbs along the way then. A 3rd category climb to get started, the Alto de Pedralba. Then we go over to the Puerta de Codfalblo. And then through the sprint point back in Biescas again, and then the route up to the top of the climb. Biescas sits at 850 metres above sea level. The top of the climb, the 1st category climb, stands at 1,790 metres. The total climbing today, 3,040 metres. All the times then have been reset following yesterday's stage with that little crash of Dan Martin with Rojas and the others. So this will really set things up nicely for the end of today's stage to see whether the favourites come back out to play again. They really do need to show well on this final climb of the day. It will be a true test. The 163 riders then wrapped up against a little bit of chill. There's Primož Roglič, Slovenian champion, and as you can see, he's got the buff on already around the neck to keep him a little bit warmer. He's already wrapped up against the cold. Everyone looks like they are keeping jackets on until the last possible moment. I'm Anthony McCrossan. Welcome to today's stage of La Vuelta 2020. Alongside me, as always, in this Vuelta a España is Hannah Walker. Hannah, the riders getting lined up. We've got 18 minutes of rollout to get to see the riders. So we see Stevie Williams here getting himself ready for another day in the saddle. The riders last night, when we left everybody, we were thinking that there was a possibility of some time gaps. Primoz Roglic's interview was all about some time gaps, but there are no time gaps, any different to yesterday. A good decision by the commissaires last night.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision. I mean, I think Roglic, after the effort he made to open up the gap and, you know, take, you know, a few seconds from the peloton, I think he would have been hoping just to, you know, get as many seconds as he can, you know, just to gain that lead over Dan Martin. I think a big sigh of relief for Dan Martin. You know, it's only a few seconds here and there, but we've seen in the past how important those few seconds can be going into a final week of a Grand Tour.
Well, we're seeing exactly how important any seconds could be. Of course, today was supposed to be Super Sunday. We were supposed to have Paris-Roubaix, the finish of the Giro d'Italia, today's big stage of the Vuelta Espana. So Super Sunday was all set up. You've renamed it Sofa Sunday today.
Yeah, it's just as it would have been, wouldn't it? Flicking between lots of different devices, watching all the different styles of bike racing going on. But I think between here at the Vuelta Espana and the Giro d'Italia, I think fans of cycling are in for a big treat, aren't they?
Big day today for world cycling. I think you're absolutely right. The cycling is a winner today, there's no doubt. And those of you watching, I'm sure, and we wouldn't say to you otherwise. I'm sure you will be doing exactly what Hannah says and flicking where possible between the Vuelta Espana on one screen and the Giro d'Italia on the other, because it was supposed to be a 3-screen Sunday. Now it's a 2-screen Sunday.
We're spoilt for choice, aren't we? But very, very lucky in this sport that you know, we are still able to have races. It's not been so affected. The fans and the public have respected the wishes of the organisers, stayed home, watch it on television. So, you know, the racing is still able to go ahead.
Yeah, and at the Giro d'Italia, you've got two young riders going head-to-head. I'm sure their teammates here are thinking about them today. So, Theo Gegenhardt and Jai Hindley. I thought the hashtag VaiJai was absolutely fantastic this morning. There's been so much social media, and cycling, whether it's a Grand Tour in Italy or a Grand Tour here in Spain, is certainly the winner today, because it is going to be a wonderful day for everybody.
Yeah, I love the rename for today of the couch peloton. Buttered Frog let us know that they're using VaiJai, and I think brilliant that they've come up with a special hashtag renaming it for one day. Couch peloton is now VaiJai.
Why not? Well, we'll see what happens in the Vuelta Espana today. The riders just rolling out, Team Ineos on the back. They'll be thinking about Theo Gegenhardt. Yesterday we saw the young rider from Sunweb, Timon Arensman, as he took a wonderful third place. He'll be thinking about Jai Hindley. Meanwhile, here we'll be focusing on the top riders overall. Bit of stretching going on at the back.
That's incredible. Multitasking at its best. Or looking at his cleats, just checking a bit of a stretch on the glutes and the IT band.
Riders do a lot of stretching now.
They do. I think they have to. I think they've shown, you know, just how important it is to prevent injury, just to loosen off. I think, you know, into day 6 of a Grand Tour, the body starts to become very tight, and when you're in that, you know, that position all day, I think very important for riders to do stretching on the foam roller. You know, also stretching on the massage table as well with the soigneur or the physio after a stage.
Yeah, you've really got to keep yourself right on your athletic game now in world cycling. There's no more just of the rolling out and hoping that everything will be okay. These riders are very much top-class athletes. Not that they weren't in the past, but just the knowledge of whether you needed to stretch, didn't need to stretch or anything. Now we firmly know that you've just got to be looking after everything: nutrition, stretching, training, getting everything as right as it possibly can be. 3.4 kilometers the rollout. The riders will be behind the red car, that's the race director's car, and they're not allowed to overtake it at all. The riders at the back, if there's any sort of issue, any punctures, any mechanical problems, then the red car, the commissaire in there, will ask for the race to be held. But normally we see the race director come out of the car, out of the roof, and wave the flag and get everything going. Roglic sitting right towards the front today, doesn't want any major issues. He's been talking again before the start. He was asked about the situation with the times being changed, and he said, it doesn't matter. I'm a competitor and I won't give anything away. So as far as he's concerned, yesterday is a non-event. He's not worried about it in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think it's a good mindset to be in. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink the fact that actually he didn't gain any time, and the standings were, given, or the times were given to the whole of the peloton. But I think, take it day by day. Don't overthink it. Don't waste your energy, and take today as it comes. Today's a new day for him, and it's certainly one where he can take even more time on this finish.
It's going to be a big one because we've got so many great climbers here. This area has been the summit finish of La Vuelta in 4 occasions. First time 1972 by Jose Fuente. Then in 1975, Agustin Tourmalet. And then it was Pedro Torres in 1977. Then the Frenchman Warren Barguil in 2013 took a victory on the top of this climb. The famous one in 1972 with Fuentes. The organiser of the Vuelta Espana thought that Jose Fuente was not really the person that should win the Vuelta, so he pleaded with the team to make him slow down, but Fuente ended up winning that stage by a huge number of minutes and going on to win the Vuelta Espana. So 1972, another famous moment in Vuelta history on this climb to Aramón Formigal, to the San de Gallego. That's the town just below this climb, which is the ski resort, as well as Formigal, which we go through as well on this drive up to the race finish. We said it was going to be 18 minutes of neutralised. I'm not so sure now because we're only 1,800 metres from the start. Certainly in the road book, that's what the riders were faced with, but I don't think that's going to happen today. The road up here from Biescas to Aramón Formigal is absolutely stunning. Since we drove up, though, the clouds have come in. It looks like the weather might certainly change, and the weather can change in the mountains. Getting close then to the race start with Omar Freiley on the left. But Hannah, this morning, was absolutely stunning. If you had a camera, it would now be full. But because we now use phones,
it's also full.
It's now full.
No, it's absolutely, it's breathtaking, the scenery up here. When we left, it was blue sky, not a cloud to be seen, but now the clouds started to come in. It's becoming a lot lower. The temperature's dropped considerably, and potentially, I'm not sure if we could see a bit of rainfall or even snowfall here at the finish. It's not very windy today. We've got a westerly wind for the stage, so that's not really going to play a huge factor into today. There's a lot of places where it's quite sheltered, although it's very open up the top of the Aramón Formigal.
Peloton compact, smaller number of riders. We'll keep an eye on the wind, the weather, and keep you updated. It's the second time that we've rolled out of Biescas for a start of La Vuelta. First one was in 1998. The city paid homage this morning to Fernando Escartin, the technical director of the Vuelta. He reached the town in 3rd position on GC in 1998, led by Alano, and ended up 2nd overall in Madrid. Getting ready then for the race start. That wasn't 1,800 metres either. Kilometre 0 and the race is underway. So the race director gets things going, and we're ahead of the game by a considerable margin. It was 8 minutes of neutralised. that the riders had to race this morning, and immediately we see the attacks. It's great that we're able to see the race, how it will unfold right from kilometre 0 today. Through the Vuelta a España, we're going to have 4 days where we show you the entire stage, a little bit like we do on the Tour de France. And so today we get this great opportunity to see exactly how hard it is at the start of a stage, the attacks. And Hannah, many times pros, whether they're men or women, say if you saw the race from the start, you would understand.
Yeah, and I think, you know, so many riders and teams keen to try and make that breakaway, and often, you know, the start is the hardest part, as it starts to be a fight. Who can get into the breakaway, as we saw as soon as the flag dropped, immediately Cofidis put the hammer down on the front there. It's Burgos BH again, wanting to try and get into the breakaway. They missed out yesterday, which I think, you know, you could see it on the way they were riding, that they weren't happy they weren't in the breakaway. They were trying to bring it back along with Caja Royal. But today, could it be the day that they get back into the breakaway? It's very, very frantic at the front. It's frantic at the front. Lots of riders involved in the various moves that are going. Everyone's swinging across the road. Another attack. It comes from Nans Peters, who was a stage winner in the Tour de France. He's won a stage of the Giro d'Italia. He's looking for the hat-trick, so it would be for him the ability to get into that elite group of riders who've won a stage in every single one of the Grand Tours. So Nans Peters just gets everyone moving a little bit quicker. At the back of the group, riders wrapped up. Riders in Mitchelton Scott riding in leg warmers already. It just shows how chilly it is as another attack goes at the front. And immediately there are moves again by Team Sunweb. This looks like Mark Donovan trying to stretch the pace a little bit to get everybody stretched out and see if he can break the will of the rest of the riders. Immediately tracked by other riders. Another attack, and it comes here on the right-hand side, but commitment again at the front from Team Sunweb, who were very pleased to be in the group yesterday with 3 riders. The team director, Mark Reif, said it's a big compliment you can get 3 guys in a breakaway. Shows we're sharp, shows how good we are, and it shows that we're in the game. So Mark Reif of Team Sunweb really proud of what his team did yesterday in getting a Rensman eventually up the road. Another attack at the front. The peloton look like they don't want this to go either. Stevie Williams on the left-hand side for Bahrain McLaren. But the peloton bring it all back together. Another big attack from the front of the peloton. Huge attacks, Hannah. The pace is relentless. Yeah, it is. And it just shows that, you know, a breakaway isn't able just to go away easily. You know, you don't just get the first attack and, you know, the first few riders are allowed to ride off and form that breakaway. It's a real fight to get into the breakaway. Sometimes, you know, riders, if their job for the day or their plan for the day is to make the breakaway, they'll have done a bit of a warm-up beforehand, and then including the neutral section, they'll be prepared and ready for the moves off the front. As we see Scott Davis from Bahrain McLaren in the centre of the screen, wanting to try his luck. Sunweb again, Jascha Soeteling on the front for Team Sunweb, Nick Domini as well for NTT Pro Cycling. So you can start to see a pattern of the teams who are wanting to make this breakaway. It's consistently been Team Sunweb and Bahrain McLaren, Lotto Soudal again, Nick Domini not far from the front at all times. Another stretch as 4 riders go clear. Another rider jumps across, but Domini is in that group riding for NTT Pro Cycling. They've had their first World Tour victory of this season with Ben O'Connor in the Giro d'Italia. And more riders attacking. Jascha Soeteling goes again at the front. Immediately onto his wheel, one of the Bahrain McLaren team, that's Scott Davis. So Soeteling, Scott Davis, Remy Cavagna, some good time trialists here at the front as Scott Davis flicks the elbow, asks Remy Cavagna to go through. Cavagna, a really strong time trialist, as French time trial champion. Davis doesn't seem to have the legs to get onto the wheel there. Such a hard start to the stage, but Cavagna just riding away from the Welshman. The pace of Remy Cavagna when he goes, if you don't have the legs, you can't close the gap on him. You give him a few meters and he'll take 20. Yeah, an exceptional turn of speed there, and surprised to see Scott Davis, who has been several times an under-23 British time trial champion during his career, not able to match the pace of Cavagna. But you can just see he's out solo. I think that's not how Cavagna would have wanted that to play out. He probably would have wanted to take a few riders along with him, but he looks behind, sees the situation on the road, but he'll pursue that and hope that maybe a few riders will jump across to Cavagna.
He looks around and thinks, come on, someone needs to come up to me. He's done this in the Tour de France before, where he rode 90 kilometres on his own. He doesn't look like he wants to do that today. He wants a little bit of company. And another couple of riders coming across, and any moment now this race is going to come back together. A little bit of a lull as Cavagna swings across the road to the right-hand side. See the colours we've been talking about, the yellows, the oranges, the greens, the reds of the trees around this region. It's absolutely stunning. Again an attack, Remy Cavagna, left-hand side of the road. Goes Nans Peters again. Who's going to eventually get themselves into the move? Already the first 5 kilometres have been covered at a very fast pace, at times 50-odd kilometres an hour uphill. 3 riders now stretching the pace. Cavagna is there. On his wheel, Magnus Cort. And coming across looks like it is Tosh van der Sande. More riders trying to jump across into the breakaway group. So in the pink, Magnus Cort Nielsen. Left-hand side of the road as we look is Remy Cavagna. On the back, I think, is Tosh van der Sande. And then more riders trying to get into this move, and it looks like the peloton may well bring it all back together. Another rider in there, Kenny Elissonde, at the front of the group. These 3 riders suddenly, though, seem to be opening up a little bit of a gap. I know, if you're in the camper van, the team bus first thing in the morning, and you're told, go in the breakaway, you really have to psych yourself up for a start of this race, don't you?
Yeah, you do, and you also have to be, you know, aware of looking at which moves you think are also going to go. There's only so many efforts you can make. You can't follow every single move that's going to go. So, you know, sometimes it's just look at the draw as to which breakaway actually sticks and which one, you know, the peloton seems happy with and that they let go. Still not happy at the front. Still a few more teams wanting to try and send riders across. CCC there, Groupama FDJ as well, and looks like a Trek also want to get themselves involved. Lotto Soudal wanting to send another rider across, so it's not easy at all, and Burgos BH wanting to put a rider into this breakaway, but you really do, as you say, have to psych yourself up, be ready for it, you know, be warmed up if that's your job for the day, be warmed up. A lot of the riders who look like they want to be in the breakaway, only wearing the shorts and jersey, others who might be in the peloton for the day with the leg warmers on, you know, a lot more clothing to keep them warm.
You can tell then which riders are out for a big day, which riders aren't, as Magnus Cort leads the front group at the moment, a 27-year-old Danish rider. 37.7 kilometres to go. Are they going to get away? They are moving fast. They're starting to build a little bit of a lead. Remy Cavagna, stage winner in the Vuelta. Magnus Cort, stage winner in the Vuelta. He won 2 stages in 2016. But like yesterday, the pace is so fast right now, and it was yesterday. It was well over 50 kilometres an hour. Can these 3 riders get away? The average speed is 49.5 kilometres an hour already. First climb of the day is going to come up at 76.9 kilometres to go, the Alto de Petralba. That climb 6.5 kilometres, 5.1%. It's a 3rd category climb. Tim Wellens is in the King of the Mountains jersey. He's got 19 points. 2nd place is Richard Carapaz with 18. surprised he's maybe not come out here today to try and score a few points.
Yeah, me too. I think, you know, he's also had a huge day out in the breakaway yesterday. He's had other days in the breakaway at the Vuelta a España already. So, you know, maybe actually the legs this morning not feeling too great. You know, maybe he wants to ride himself into the stage a little bit, just assess how things go. You know, it's still not all done and dusted for the breakaway to go away. Peloton's still not very happy with it. But I think, you know, you've just got to play it, you know, day by day. I think you want to try and go for more breakaways throughout the Vuelta a España. They've succeeded what their initial goal was as Lotto Soudal to come to this year's Vuelta and take a stage victory. They've ticked that box, and I think now, you know, just, you know, potentially trying to gain as many points as possible throughout the stages, you know, before we get to really the high mountains, which have a lot of points on offer, where, you know, Richard Carapaz, you know, he will be there to take those points.
Let's see what happens then on the King of the Mountains. Sorry, it was Remy Mertz who sneaked into this break. I wasn't quite sure it was Tosh van der Sande. So Remy Mertz is the rider from Lotto Soudal. They had Tim Wellens in the break yesterday, taking the stage victory. That's obviously given Lotto Soudal a little bit of a morale boost, knowing that they've already done what they came here to do, which is win one stage, and now they can ride a little bit free rein. They can go on the attack, knowing that there is no pressure on them now.
Yeah, it's a little bit more open for the team now, and I think, you know, even yesterday, Tim Wellens is saying, you know, we've ticked the box, we've succeeded in what we wanted to come here to do. Now we can actually have a little bit of fun, really, you know, race our bikes, and let's see how the rest of the Tour and the Grand Tour plays out. You just saw on the left-hand side of your screen, towards the front of the peloton, Tim Wellens in that King of the Mountains leaders jersey. He's in third place at the moment, so he's following the moves just in case things do come back. You know, if the breakaway's caught, could we see a counter-attack, and Wellens is, you know, prepared and ready to get into the breakaway.
And because the legs might be a little bit sore after yesterday's escapade, might take him a little bit of time to get the legs going. Then 10k, 15k later on, he's like, okay, coming round now, I can get myself in any moves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's not forget how hard the stage was yesterday. The first 2 hours were, you know, over 50 kilometres per hour average, and then we had, you know, a very hard back end of the stage with the three climbs. So let's not underestimate how, you know, how sore and how much pain these legs must be in, and all the lactate building up as well.
And it's not an easy start. When we look at the profile of today's stage, this is not simple at all. It's not flat roads, rolling roads, a few little ups and downs here or there, and we're going uphill again at this moment in time. So if those legs have not recovered, you're in all sorts of pain at the early stages of the race.
Yeah, I mean, on paper there's actually only 3 classified climbs, but as you say, the roads are up and down all day. And some of the climbs actually, you know, very long. The first classified climb we have is 6.5 kilometres in length. The second is 13.5 kilometres in length. And the final up to Aramon-Formigal is 14.4 kilometres. So, you know, they're the main classified parts, but we're still up and down. The draggy terrain, like you can see now, big, wide, open roads. It lends itself to fast racing, but, you know, big power climbs.
And that final climb of the day is 14 kilometres, but we drove up it. It climbs for 21, 22 kilometres today.
Yeah, and you know, it's a big, long, draggy roads, as we're seeing here. Actually, it's very the similar nature terrain, although, you know, it's not actually part of the classified climb. And I think sometimes some of these wider roads are actually harder than when it's narrow and a bit more steady, because it just lends itself that the peloton can move up. Everyone wants to get towards the front, so, you know, the pace is just upping every single time.
133 kilometres to go. The rider's safely through that little turn, and a big acceleration at the front. A few riders really wrapped up against the cold at the back of this group, with full leg warmers on, full overshoes, Gabba jackets and everything. Meanwhile, at the front, the likes of Kenny Elissonde has just got a jacket, a long sleeve jacket on, and shorts, and nowhere near as wrapped up.
No, but as I said before, I think it shows, you know, who's coming here to race from the start, who's, you know, in that race mode, you know, despite them not actually having as many items of clothing on, like the leg warmers or arm warmers or thicker, you know, Gabba style jackets, they could have maybe, you know, a heat rub on the legs, on the arms, on the body, which, you know, the soigneurs will put it on in the morning onto the legs, little small rub to the legs, just to the heat balm, which keeps the skin warm.
Oops. Ryder getting rid of his gilet already, dropping a little bit of food onto the ground, obviously getting just a little bit too hot. There's Wellens in the blue and white jersey, now staying somewhere near the front as Ion Izagirre ups the tempo for the Astana team. 132 kilometres to go. Thanks for joining us. This is stage 6 of the Vuelta a España. 3 riders in the breakaway group at the moment, but not managing to grow the advantage. Magnus Cort of EF Pro Cycling, Remy Mertz of Lotto Soudal, and Remy Cavagna of De Kooning Quickstep. Moving away then, the Astana rider just trying to get across to this front group. Astana stayed in a very nice hotel last night.
Astana had the best hotel of them all, I think. We saw them in the hotel, in the restaurant next door. They had their chef bringing out all the food. Looked very delightful indeed, but lucky Astana, I'd say.
They were. We weren't, of course, allowed to be anywhere near them at all because they're in the race bubble, but we somehow booked the same restaurant that was attached to their hotel, but it looked like they were being very much looked after by their chef. Remy Cavagna still leading. Magnus Cort thinking this is not really working right now. He's not going through to do any more work until they get to the top of this climb. Remy Mertz is going backwards. Izagirre is going forwards, and there are more skirmishes as riders try to jump across to get themselves into this leading group. They sense that there's a possibility again of the breakaway going all the way to the finish. Riders trying to get themselves into some sort of action here. Magnus Cort almost on the wheel, but not quite, as Remy Cavagna looks around. Now here's a collection of jerseys.
Wow, very special. I mean, we're in a huge cycling area. And again, lots of support on the road for Jorge Arcas of Team Movistar. You can see his name printed on the road again. But a wonderful collection.
That is a huge collection of jerseys, including Sonia Deval, Benesto, Reynolds. What else do you see? Once, all the Spanish jerseys of the generations, which many of us have grown up watching, and Hannah's probably too young to remember. Tom Dumoulin's fans are there at the side of the road, giving him a little bit of a cheer on.
Great to see the young supporters of CCC team as well. I think we saw him when we were driving up to the finish this morning. Young little boy with his dad in the full CCC kit. Great to see them, obviously local, living around here.
Cavagna kicks on a little bit. Tries to extend his advantage. Still no major breakaway. But Arcas has got all his fans out at the side of the road here. These are his training roads, aren't they? These are the roads that Jorge Arcas tends to be training on whenever he's at home.
Yeah, he had a stage finish in his hometown yesterday, and then all the roads surrounding this area. He'll know these roads very well, and also, you know, it's a big advantage that he can, you know, give information to the Movistar team and the riders and also the sports directors of what to expect on today's stage. And I'm sure, you know, he comes day in, day out training, and he'll know this final climb especially very, very well.
Another group of riders now forming here at the front. This is a dangerous move. About 15, 16 riders going away. More counter-attacks starting to come from the front of the peloton. The roads that we're racing on, famous for the Tour de France, the Vuelta a España, sorry, and the Tour de France winner, Chris Froome. because a few years ago he was completely ambushed on these roads, and he is maybe thinking, God, I remember some of this. The last 100k in particular of today's stage is completely the same as that stage that we saw when Chris Froome was totally ambushed on the roads. Remy Cavagna still on the front, into the aero tuck, just trying to draw this group behind him away. For these roads are so challenging and so difficult that they are ripe for ambushes, breakaways, things to happen that Primož Roglič is going to have to keep a very secure eye on.
Yeah, they are, and I think with such a huge group of riders going away as well, we've got 15 in that front group with a further 3 trying to get across. This is, a crucial moment now for the team of Jumbo-Visma, also the Ineos Grenadiers, to really keep an eye on who's made that breakaway. Start, get the calculations from their sports director and the cars behind of where everyone is on the general classification. Is anyone a threat in that front group at the moment? Do they have to worry about anyone? Should they bring it back immediately and neutralise it? So this is a real crucial point, and before the roads start to really ramp up.
Remy Cavagna, an hour down, no main troubles overall, so they won't worry about him at all. What they will worry about is this group of riders who are just behind him, and whether any one of these riders is a danger. I think Guillaume Martin might be in here again today, looking to give Cofidis a stage victory. Guillaume Martin rode well yesterday in the breakaway group. He was very strong indeed, having come out of the Tour de France with great form. Cofidis looking for a stage victory, looking for that first World Tour win of this season. And also Guillaume Martin looking for his first ever, do you believe this? This first ever World Tour victory. He's never won a World Tour race.
No, I was very, very surprised when we were speaking about it that, he's never won a World Tour race. I mean, he came close yesterday, just fell short to Tim Wellens, but I think, it just shows we kind of expect a lot from these riders, and we just assume that, because they're up there in the likes of the Tour de France, that they have, won so many races in their career, but they're still chasing that first World Tour victory.
And it's not easy to win. That's the thing. We watch these races and we think that the big champions, the big names that we talk about more than some of the other riders, that for them it's just the thing that they do is win bike races. But to win World Tour bike races is exceptionally hard. And when we see a stage like today, we see just how tough it is. Number one, to get in the break in the first place, but secondly, to bring it all to fruition and make it happen and win.
Yeah, it's exceptionally hard. You can put a plan together before the stage with your team and, really study the profile and the roads and, say this is what we want to do or this is what I'm able to do and get yourself, even if you get yourself into the breakaway like yesterday. We saw, Guillaume Martin with a kilometre to go when Timo Arensman made that attack. Wellens was able to go with it, and he just saw that, Guillaume Martin didn't really have the legs. He was able to ride himself back on, but he just didn't have that punch. So I think, he's come close several times, but to actually cross the line first in a World Tour race, in a Grand Tour, is not easy at all. But I think, like you say, some of the, the riders that win a lot, the likes of Demer, Roglič, Mathieu van der Poel, they make it look very, very easy when it's not.
Yeah, they do, and it's incredibly great to watch as a fan, to commentate on, to just see the way that they make it look so easy. And yet, you look at Tim Wellens, who's won 29 races in his career now after yesterday, but he hadn't won a race since the Bing Bank Tour of 2019, and he'd gone through injuries and everything else. You look at Dan Martin, who we see as a monument winner, hadn't won a race since 2018.
Yeah, I think, you just think that, they're winning bike races all the time. Even if they get on the podium, you just assume, the form's good, they're winning bike races. But actually, sometimes for riders, there's long spells during the career when they don't win. And sometimes, that's really hard for bike riders, that you're putting in all the effort, you've got the team around you, they're helping you, but you can't quite make it happen on the day. And I think that's why we see, you know, riders being so emotional, like the interview with Dan Martin. He was so emotional that all that hard work, you know, it's just such a sigh of relief.
Yeah, you saw just how much he reacted afterwards, because when you're a monument winner and you're a stage winner in a Grand Tour and then suddenly you don't win, it becomes that circle of trying hard, training hard, trying really hard to win bike races. And when you get that moment of relief where you win again, it's like the floodgates open. You saw Dan Martin yesterday. He crashed yesterday, but he was still calm about it all, because probably he was thinking, okay, I know the rules, I know how it is, but I've already got my stage victory here. I've done what I came here to do. Now I'm here to try and defend my position overall.
Yeah, and, you know, actually very, very calm, even when he crossed the line as well. You know, he got up, he had a teammate with him, crossed the line, you know, didn't look in pain, no injuries, you know, didn't look too aggravated either. You know, I think that just shows his experience as well. He's not coming across the line causing a huge fuss. We saw him on the start line this morning, already, you know, having a chat with Primoz Roglic. You know, I think there's no stress there for Dan Martin. He just wants to focus, you know, on what's ahead and not think about what's already happened.
123.5 kilometres to go. The front group is starting to open an advantage, but it's splintering, because there are really too many riders in that front group at the moment. 4 riders going clear now, and they are starting to extend their advantage. We'll take a look when we get down there as to who is in the group. But things close up yet again at the front. There'll be 2 reasons, won't there, to be in this breakaway today. One is to win the stage, and one is to be there for your teammates who are going to come forward later, hopefully. Yeah,
I think, you know, smart plan from some of the teams to get yourself up the road so that you can be, you know, of use if it comes back and help for the leaders later on. You know, there'll be several riders who wouldn't be there after so much climbing, the harsh roads on this stage. You know, let's not forget, it's 146.4 kilometres this stage with over 3,000 metres of climbing. It's very, very demanding.
That's a lot of climbing in 146 kilometres.
Yeah, I mean, the climbers and the out-and-out climbers will be licking the lips, but not so much for, you know, more of the domestiques or the sprinters.
You look at a stage of the Tour de France in the last few weeks, and around the highest number of metres of climbing, just over 4,000 metres. So today, 3,000 metres on a condensed stage of 146.4 kilometres. Peloton rolling along well at the moment. They are still keeping their eye on what is going on up the road with this breakaway. Sorry about the bits of picture breakup, because there are very low clouds. They are right above the mountain where we are at this moment, at the top of Aramon Formigal. The group of riders then starting to form at the front.
Yeah, we've got 22 riders out front. We've got Gorka Izagiri, who was one of the riders actually caught up in the crash on the final turn yesterday. We've got Cantaneo of Deceuninck Quickstep. We've got Hainau of UAE team. We've got Guillaume Martin again, George Zimmerman of CCC. We've got Carlos Verona of Team Movistar, Rui Costa and Azmiqueta of Cajural, Jon Izagirre from Astana, Rob Power from Sunweb. We've got Valgren of NTT Pro Cycling. We've got Dylan Bambala of Ineos Grenadiers. Mike Woods, great to see him make the front group today of EF Pro Cycling. Quentin Geragui from Asia Didois La Mondiale, Sabedo of Burgos BH, Jorge Arcas, the local rider from Movistar, Stora of Sunweb, Lafay of Cofidis, Magnus Kort Nielsen of EF Pro Cycling, Perichon from Cofidis, Jascha Sütterlin of Team Sunweb again making the breakaway, so several riders from that team, and Jonathan Haver of Total Direct Energy. 22 riders in that breakaway.
That's a big breakaway group of riders. 22 riders. Will they come all back together? Let's take a look and see what happens. It's a little messy. All back together. Cavagna still up the road, very slightly on his own. In fact, no, here we go. This is all coming together at the front. So this is the front group who are working well. It hasn't quite come back together. We're seeing this group now at the front of the race. Two more riders trying to come across, and this is the two riders we can see here. Grumai wearing number 82 and also number 195, and that is Ligtart. They're trying to make their way into this group now. There are riders all over the place at the moment. So 25 riders out of the peloton, up the road, and the control that the riders are going to need now to just keep an eye on what's going on is quite significant. We'll try and have a look and see who is the highest placed rider in this leading group, because the riders are really kicking on now. Going through to the front, Sunweb well represented in this front group of riders. Again, they have got a couple of riders in here in the white and black as they go through to the front. They've got Rob Power. In fact, they've got three riders. Rob Power is in here. So is Yasha Sutalin. He's made the front group, and Stora as well has made the front group of riders for the team of Sunweb. There's the two riders trying to jump across to make it 24. 25 actually, with Cavagna, who's in that front group. The pace is fairly fast right now, relentless since the start. The average speed 50.5 kilometers an hour, and we've been on rolling roads. There's the peloton, the scene as they can look up the road and see where the two chasers are, and then the group just in front of them. I wonder if they're going to let this go, or whether they're going to chase this one down. The emphasis potentially would come to the team of Jumbo-Visma to try and bring this back together. Peloton look like they've calmed down. There's a number of teams that have missed out on this, so you wonder whether they are going to try and bring this back. NTT will be quite happy because they've already got a rider in this front group in Michael Volgren. Going through to the front then, Cofidis. There's Guillaume Martin again on the left-hand side. He said earlier on today that he was happy with his breakaway, but he's going to try again. He said, I wasn't the strongest, but I also wasn't the most tired in the breakaway. I thought I saw an opening when Wellens kicked again, but when I thought I saw an opening for me to come back, but then Wellens kicked again, and that was the fatal blow in me trying to win yesterday's stage. Still trying to win his first World Tour race. A little bit of adjustment going on here. Overshoes being taken off in the front group of riders. Very well done there by the rider from Agi Desert Le Mondial, and that was Jarugi. Just shows the way these riders have got so much capability on the bike. They are just able to do anything, aren't they? Just take the overshoes off nice and easily, no hassle, rolling along at 50k an hour.
Yeah, and you know, again, making it look easy. I wouldn't recommend trying that at home, but they've got so much skill. They're so, you know, in tune with, you know, their capabilities and what they're able to do on the bike, despite the speed or whatever the road, you know, the terrain is. But Quentin Jarogui, we saw him the other day. You know, he's a cyclocross rider as well, so he, you know, his technical abilities are, you know, phenomenal.
Front of the peloton, Jumbo-Visma, as anticipated, have got to go to the front and do the work now. Inside the last 120 kilometres, Robert Hessink on the front. He's that real workhorse. Moving up on the left-hand side, Paul Martins, Jonas Vingard, second place, getting ready to come through and do his little bit of work on the front. For the Israel Startup Nation, we see them starting to just slot in, put themselves in the right position and be there ready for the chase. The rider who is ready to go through and assist in any chase is Rory Sutherland. He's the rider who's sitting just behind the Jumbo-Visma team. You can just pick him out there. Rory Sutherland, who I'm pretty sure this is his last race, actually. He's retiring at the end of this season, so it would be his last race. He can't ride anything else after this. Lives down in Girona in Spain. Recovered from a broken leg earlier on in the season, and that was really just one of those injuries that happened when you weren't expecting it. He was on a training camp. He was on one of the electric scooters that Hannah was talking about the other day, and he crashed the electric scooter and broke his leg.
Yeah, really unfortunate, which shows, you know, accidents happen, and sometimes the most annoying crashes are, you know, it's not even a racing incident or a training incident. It's something completely nothing to do with what your job is, your day-to-day job is. And yeah, I mean, shame to happen in your final year as a pro, but he's back here, able to race one final Grand Tour as a last hurrah, and as you said, you know, lives down in Girona, got a fabulous cafe as well, I must admit.
It does, yeah. I've been there once, it was great.
Yeah, I've been there a few times. Fabulous, fabulous food and coffee.
And we're now seeing at the finish the weather drawing in. It's raining outside, and if it gets any colder, that is going to turn to snow, because right now it's looking like the mist, the fog, the cloud is all coming in. 1:59 is now the advantage for this leading group. So that gap has opened up significantly. There's a little study of Hugh Carthy riding in the blue of EF. They've got their blue jackets on over their pink coloured kit. Hugh Carthy, 5th overall, 38 seconds down on the general classification. He's in a very strong position behind Primoz Roglic. And there we've got the Jumbo-Visma team, resplendent in the yellow and black, all on the front, just setting the tempo, looking after the interests of Primoz Roglic as the Mitchelton Scott car asks the TV motorbike just to shift out of the way so that they can go up and service their riders who are in today's group at the front. Number 68 on the back, towards the back there for the Bora Hansgrohe team is Rudiger Selig. Right on the back of the group, wearing number 35, is Kenny Elissonde. Going back to the team cars. Kenny Elissonde, the last time, one of the last times we were here for a stage finish at the top of the climb to Aramon Formigal. Elissonde finished on fourth place on the stage. So maybe you'll have fond memories of it.
Yeah, certainly will. And, you know, again, another rider who's able to provide, you know, a little bit of an insight to his team of the climb, what to expect. But we've got several riders in this race at the Vuelta of Espana who were part of what happened back in 2016. We had Rui Costa finish 5th on the stage, and after the end of the stage he was 9th on the general classification. David De La Cruz, and then David Fomolo was 7th on the stage. We also had Esteban Chavez, who was 9th on the stage, which put him into 3rd on general classification. So yeah, and Kelly Elissonde 4th. I have to say a big happy birthday as well to David Fomolo today.
It is his birthday today. He'll be enjoying the ride up to the top here, having been a rider who had to leave the Tour de France.
We've also got Matteo Cantaneo from De Koning Quickstep, also a birthday. So 2 riders in the peloton today celebrating. Fomolo 28 years of age and Cantaneo 30.
Cantaneo in the breakaway. Fomolo hasn't made the breakaway, but those 2 riders enjoying another day in the peloton, and for once riding in a race, which is very unusual at this time in the season, to have your birthday and to be riding in the peloton as well. Normally this is the off season. There's a few riders started their off seasons, but these 2 haven't.
No, they haven't. Still 2 more weeks of racing to go before they can really start the off-season, you know, celebrate the year, celebrate the birthdays. But I'm sure, you know, both of them have probably never raced on the birthday, so what an honour, you know, to race in a Grand Tour on your birthday. Mattea in the breakaway, I'm sure he'll lap up and enjoy the day.
Jumbo-Visma all on the front. Primoz Roglic there towards the back of the group in the red helmet, in the colours of the champion of his country, Slovenian champion. But the yellow kit, it's not so easy to pick out the Slovenian champion's kit at the moment. It used to be white, but Jumbo-Visma have made it yellow. But as we look down on them, they've got to now settle in. It's going to be a long day at the front of the race for them, as we now start to get to know the breakaway group, who are riding strongly, and the rider who really has pulled this breakaway out is Remy Cavagna on the right-hand side.
I think it just shows his persistence when Magnus Cort Nielsen dropped back along with Remy Mertz of Lotto Soudal. Cavagna, you know, decided to pursue the breakaway alone, although Magnus Cort Nielsen did get back into this breakaway. Just showed he's put himself up there. He's made it into the 23-rider breakaway. Second time Cavagna's been in the breakaway at this Vuelta a España.
Jumbo-Visma, all the team on the front now, surrounding the group as we go back here to take a look at Chris Froome. Froome on domestic duty, bringing jackets for the teammates, putting his own jacket on. You can see there, got a number of jackets down his jersey. And Chris Froome, twice winner of the Vuelta a España, 4 times winner of the Tour de France, back on looking after the rest of his teammates. He won't have done this for a long time, actually. It will have been back in his early Team Sky days and his Barlow World days, probably the last time Chris Froome was going back and getting jackets in these numbers to look after his teammates.
Yeah, won't have been something that he's been doing in recent years, but you know, very happy to do it indeed. You see just how many jackets he's able to shove down his jersey and take up for his teammates. It's much easier for one teammate to go back and collect everything and then take it back up to the peloton and distribute it to each rider. Interesting as well, I just noticed Froome's got some new glasses on. Looks like the new edition Oakleys that were supposed to be released for the Tokyo Olympics. So he's sporting them. He's
got those on as well. Sam Bennett was wearing them in the race finish, wasn't he, the other day? We noticed those. There, I thought he was wearing a visor on his helmet when he came into the finish. And I nearly spoke about it, but they are so visor-like that you don't notice. They look like a visor as opposed to a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, they do. And it's like it's moulded around your nose as well. So I'm not sure if... you know, whether they're custom or whether it's just how they're made, but you know, an unusual design for Oakley. But we're originally planned to be released for the Tokyo Olympics.
This is Carlos Verona, wearing number 178. He's in the breakaway group of riders. Let's just take a look here. Something must have happened. A little replay of the riders going through, and a few riders there on the left-hand side kind of missing out and having to go underneath the tape, get themselves back into the group.
Good reaction from one of the guys at the side of the road, lifting up the banner so they don't even have to stop, and not much speed lost there.
No real speed lost. So Guillaume Martin on the front for the Cofidis team, searching for this all-important victory for this squad. They have put 3 riders in this breakaway group today. Guillaume Martin, Pierre-Luc Perichon is also in this group. And the other rider in there is Victor Lafay, who has made this front group for the Cofidis team. A reminder then of the breakaway. There's the names on the left-hand side for you. Izagirre, Gorka Izagirre, Cantaneo, Henao, Guillaume Martin, Zimmerman, Verona, Costa, Asquera, Ion Izagirre, Rob Power, Michael Volgren, Michael Woods, Dylan Van Baarle, Quentin Jarugui, Arcas, Michael Storer, Lefay, Magnus Cort Nielsen, Perry Sean, Cavagna, Sutterlin, Jonathan Hubert, and then there's one other rider I think I've missed, which I think is Oscar Cabello of the team of Burgos BH. That's your riders in the front group. "23 riders have made it into that front group of riders now, as they make their way up this next little climb. Now we're going to loop around the start town of Biescas, and we're going to go back through there before we go back onto the final climb of the day. But of course, ahead of us we have got a number of climbs, and the first one will come up at 83.4 kilometers. That's when we first hit the lower slopes of the Alto de Petralba, 6.5 kilometers in length, 5.1%. Hannah, the wind today, what is it doing out there on the route?
Yeah, so we've got a westerly wind today. So on the run out, the riders will have the wind coming onto the right-hand shoulder as we turn from Sardas towards the first categorised climb of Alto de Petralba. They'll have a tailwind. They'll start to make their way north up towards the second classified climb, and they'll have the wind will be onto the left shoulder. I don't want to say it's going to be a crosswind because the wind's not very strong today, only 19 kilometres per hour. And as they get back to Biescas and start to make their way uphill towards Formigal, they will have the wind onto the left shoulder again with a bit of a tailwind finish. It's, as I said, not very strong today, but the gusts are 30 kilometres per hour. It's 9 degrees outside, it feels like 6, and as Anthony said before, the cloud is coming in at the finish here with a few drops of rain.
Yeah, the wind isn't too strong, but it's really chilly. But the cloud is really coming in across the top of this final climb of the day, so it could be a cold, chilly climb all the way up to the top here for the leading group of riders. Before then, there is a significant amount of climbing still to do. 3,000 and a bit meters of climbing on today's stage. The peloton look like they're now happy to just hold this group at 2 minutes and 20 seconds, not let it go out too much. "109.5 kilometers to go. Jumbo-Visma, they've been the strongest team of this season as far as stage races are concerned. They have ridden in support of Primoz Roglic in the Tour de France and here at the Vuelta a Espana, and they're prepared to just work and work, and they do it so well with riders who are just supremely talented, like Sepp Kuss, like Tom Dumoulin, Robert Hersink. They're such a strong squad of riders. George Bennett also in there. As we take a look here at Jascha Sütterlin, enjoying trying to set the fastest speed in the Vuelta so far, almost hitting 90k an hour.
Yeah, Sütterlin deciding he doesn't want to remain in this front group of 23, wants to push the pace on. I'm not sure he'll be gaining many friends. We saw the other day how much it disrupted the breakaway when riders decide they want to push on, not keep the momentum of the breakaway working together. As you see a few more crowds out than we've seen on previous stages, and still huge support for Jorge Arcas. So they'll be glad to see him in the front group today. We'll pass through his hometown of Sabiniego twice as we make that loop around.
Yeah, today when we were driving up to the top of this climb, lots of cyclists out. I think it would be very difficult for the organisers to not have fans on the some of the climbs today, although the race climb, the final climb, is completely closed. You cannot get up here.
Yeah, it's completely closed. We've got signs at the bottom saying, you know, no spectators allowed. They've got people managing the bottom of the climb as well, so to keep it as secure as possible. But of course, they can't secure the whole of the route. But I think, you know, the most important is these classified climbs, and especially this finish today.
The riders have got a test ahead of them, not just in terms of the road, but today in Biescas and also at Tourmalet, and tomorrow on the rest day, the riders need to go through the PCR test. The COVID-19 test is what they must face. That started this morning, didn't it? There were various allocations of time for the various squads, both the support teams and also the riders, because if there is a positive test and you're the positive test, then you have to leave the Vuelta Espana and you have to go into quarantine. If you are a support member, then you have to go into quarantine. And if there's a number of tests in your team, then the discussion is had about whether you need to leave this Vuelta Espana. So, Hannah, the riders allocated times, the teams allocated times to do these PCR tests, and there's a mobile lab with us here on the race which has got 18 health staff in it. They're able to do about 700 tests a day. Yeah,
it's truly incredible what they're able to do, and with so many members of staff from teams and all the riders on the race, it's really important that they're able to process those PCR tests as quick as possible, and yeah, just to see what's happening. Obviously all the teams have to keep within their own team bubble. But tomorrow, the first team that will have that PCR test with the staff is Royal, and the final team will be Team Sunweb. So each team is allocated a slot for the staff. They go first, and then the riders later on in the morning.
The results of those tests then will be released on Tuesday morning, so that we can see which teams continue, which riders continue. And we hope very much that everybody gets safely through the PCR test. In the Giro d'Italia, they managed to have no positive tests in any of the riders in the final test. There are, of course, some high-profile ones in the first test. And we hope that everything that the Vuelta Espana has done for this, for COVID-19, means that they have as low a number of positives as possible, and we hope for zero, but I don't know if it's at all possible.
Yeah, I mean, they're working, very efficiently, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams are actually carrying out their own tests throughout the week, every other day, let's say, just to, make sure all the riders and staff are keeping as safe and healthy as possible, as well as doing the PCR tests that are compulsory from the organisation. So, it's logistically and organisation-wise, it's a lot for teams, but obviously it's paramount and well needed.
You've been involved in some of these testing programs, haven't you, over the last few weeks? Just to remind us, in order to even start the race, what's the protocol for a rider?
Well, for riders and staff, for a World Tour event, you need 2 negative tests before the event. So you need your first one 6 days before, and your second 3 days before. And of course, then once you get those negative tests, your sports director, when they go to the sign-in or the registration the day before the races, they will have to present, the negative test for all riders and staff. I'm working with Certisic WNT women's professional team, and we've also been carrying out our own tests during the week. So during the Ardennes, between Flèche-Wallonne and Liège-Bastogne-Liège, we were carrying out more tests, and then also when we were going to Flanders, after Flanders, we did another test. Although we didn't need to, we just wanted to make sure, because we'd been in Belgium, which was a red zone, that we were going home and everyone would be negative. So teams taking it upon themselves to be, as safe as possible. As I said, the health of the riders and staff is key, and if anyone, but that's also, you don't want people mixing with the, general public, or when they go home, causing others to go positive. So I think it's also, thinking about the wider world as well, not just yourself and within the cycling bubble.
I think that's really important. We also had to have negative tests in order to come here and commentate on the race. We weren't allowed to have our accreditation at all before we showed a negative test. So that's how the protocol has been working, to operate within the bubble over the course of this Vuelta. We're at the end of the first week of racing. Here's our front group. Dylan van Baarle now going through to the front for the Ineos Grenadiers. Dylan van Baarle doing the work. He's the rider with the moustache. And van Baarle working well through there, the 28-year-old Netherlands rider. Winner of the Tour of Britain, winner of the Herald Sun Tour in Australia, stage winner in the Dauphiné, rode the Tour de France. So Dylan van Baarle leading the group, trying to extend the advantage. 2:37 now is the lead as we come up to 103 kilometres of racing gone. The bottom of the climb, just to remind you, is going to be 83.4. So we're 20 kilometres now from the base of this next mountain, or the first mountain of the day, the Alto de Petralba, and then we're going to loop our way round towards Biescas again. And then we will make our way towards Aramon Formigal. That's going to be the top of today's stage. The pace in the peloton starting to look quite hard. More jerseys at the side of the road. Number of World Championship jerseys there as we go flying past them. The speed you can see here, some riders will be certainly suffering at the back, and right on the back is Jonathan Lastra, the rider from Caja in the green-coloured kit. Jonathan Lastra, 27-year-old Spanish rider from Bilbao, second on a stage of the Vuelta last year, and his third appearance in the Vuelta a España. On the front, Jumbo-Visma with Paul Martins. We're getting used to him being on the front of this group. He seems to have done more work than any other rider. Paul Martins retiring in June next year, his fourth appearance in the Vuelta a España. Turned professional in 2006. His first professional link was with T-Mobile. He was a stagiaire in that 2006 team. Stagiaire being an apprentice. That's where the riders who are going to be potentially signed by a World Tour team are taken into the squad. They're given a couple of races, they see how they fit into the team, and then if they're lucky, they're then signed for the next season. Number 108 there, you can see at the back in the blue colours, is Michael Woods. There he is. A tremendous athlete, Michael Woods. Enjoys the Vuelta a España. 34 years of age now, from Canada. Came to cycling very late. He's a top-class runner, top-class athlete. And since then, he's had a meteoric rise. Third in the World Championships, second in Liège-Bastogne-Liège, third in Flèche Wallonne. And he's won a stage of this Vuelta as well. So he's a rider for today. It could be very good for him. But there are some also very good climbers in this front group. We look through and start to pick the climbers out. Sergio Henao, one of the strongest climbers in this group, no doubt. But Jorge Alcas knows the roads for the Movistar team. This sort of climb will suit the likes of Guillaume Martin as a real top climber at world level. And the Izagirres, Ion and Gorka Izagirre, two riders you really can't discount in this front group from the possibility of winning today's stage. We'll wait and see what happens. We've got a lot of racing to do before that. Thanks for taking the time to join us on stage 6 of this year's Vuelta. Today, of course, a two-screen day with the Giro d'Italia coming to a conclusion and the Vuelta ending the first week of racing, the first 6 days. Got 3 6-day blocks this time. A rest day tomorrow, where the riders are going to make their way towards the next stage starts. We're going to make our way back into the Basque Country for the rest day. There's Tom Dumoulin just going through. Roglic out the saddle, notably Primoz Roglic in full leg warmers today, as is Stan Martin in pretty much full leg warmers. So the race favourites have decided to stay wrapped up against the cold for as long as they possibly can. Esteban Chavez is not in full leg warmers. There is Chavez wearing number 81, looking across, had 2 bike changes on that difficult day. The stage we've been talking about in 2016, as we see Tim Wellens here, Esteban Chavez was 7th on the stage to the top of this climb. So Esteban Chavez could be another rider for today. He knows this climb, he'll remember this climb very well. So Chavez, De La Cruz, Tourmalet, Elizondo have all ridden well on this final climb of the day, previously in the Vuelta.
Yeah, and I think looking at the way that Chavez has been riding so far, it looks like, he's back to, the old Esteban Chavez that we saw, a number of years back before he had Epstein-Barr virus. And he just looks, really in control. Of course, he had that mechanical on stage 3, which he meant that he lost time. A real shame for Esteban Chavez. But it looks like he's, looking in good shape, in good form. You start to see a few riders just taking on some food, nutrition. Tom Dumoulin there in 4th place. Paul Martins again on the front.
Relentless tempo of Paul Martins. 2 minutes 50 for this front group of riders, this big group that's gone away. We're inside the magic 100 kilometres of racing. 250 the situation. The riders in the front group we've run through, there's a lot of them. Cantaneo, Rui Costa, Sergio Anal, Rob Power, Michael Storer, Jascha Sütterlin of Team Sunweb, Izagirre, the 2 Izagirres from Astana, Gorka and Eon. Also Dylan van Baarle is in this front group, as is Magnus Cort, Nielsen, Michael Woods, Quentin Jarugui, George Zimmerman is in the front group too. So is Jonathan Hiver from Tour in France, George Gakas, Carlos Verona, Michael Volgren, Pierre-Luc Perichon, Victor Lefay, Guillaume Martin, Julian Ametsqueta and Oscar Cabedo are the riders who have made it into the front group. Remy Cavagna is also there. I think I mentioned him. Remy Cavagna for De Kooning Quick-Step, who started all of this today, went on the attack, dragged the group away. He is trying now to win another stage of the Vuelta, having won a stage last season for his De Kooning Quick-Step team. Inside the magic 100 kilometres to go, 250 then the advantage. 97.5 kilometres of racing remaining. We're going to go on to the climb of the Alto de Pedralba. That's 83.4 kilometres to go is when we reach there. So around about 14 kilometres of riding until we get to the base of the climb. Cavagna still doing a huge amount of work. Guillaume Martin doing a lot. Bearing in mind, Hannah, that we are finishing at the top of a mountain that's 27k, 14.5 of it's classified as the mountain itself, but we know there's a few flat sections and a little bit of downhill, but pretty much 27k uphill. Guillaume Martin has 2 teammates in here, and he is driving through as hard as anybody, with an average speed at 46.7 in the mountains. Is Guillaume Martin making a mistake by doing this, or does he need to keep going through, never mind having 2 riders here?
I think that, keep them rolling through, doing the work, sharing the workload within this breakaway. You also don't want to show too early to the other riders that, okay, you've already got your thoughts and your sights set on a stage victory here. Of course, Cofidis are in a very strong position with Victor Lefay and Pierre-Luc Perichon in the front group to help Guillaume Martin. But I think keep rolling through, and the time that the breakaway has right now is only just over 3 minutes. So it's not, all done and dusted yet. They still need to keep working hard, working together, keeping the momentum going at the front of this breakaway.
Dylan van Baarle goes through to do his work. Henao is next to go through. There's a reminder that Gorka Izagirre is at 3:37 as far as the overall situation is concerned. So the breakaway will probably not be given much more than around 3:37 to 4 minutes, because Jumbo-Visma will not want to let Gorka Izagirre have any more time than he needs on the road. And they also don't want to have to chase very hard. They want to control the day, look after their rider, Primož Roglič.
They do, and also Cataneo from Deceuninck Quick-Step also not so far back on the general classification, only 4 minutes and 16. So there's, and Sergio Henao as well from the UAE Team Emirates at 4 minutes 41. So 3 riders, in this group who are a threat to Jumbo-Visma. As you said, they won't be allowed to get too much time to make it, it's uncontrollable for Jumbo-Visma to start to make inroads.
95.2 kilometres to go, 3:07. There's Jumbo-Visma on the front. Some of the riders on the black bikes, some of them on the Celeste-coloured bikes. I'm surprised that Tourmalet is on the Celeste-coloured bike today. Clearly he's going to do more of the work before the last climb than on the final climb of the day. And the riders on the black bikes, who are Robert Hess-Sink, George Bennett, Sepp Kuss and Primož Roglič, are the riders who are going to unleash it on the final climb. Because as we mentioned yesterday, the riders on the black bikes, they're slightly lighter. They're exactly the same as the Celeste colour bikes, but they're lighter because of the paint job.
Yeah, the frames are exactly the same, the Ultra XR4, but the black bikes are 80 grams lighter than the Celeste. So they've got a unique paint system that significantly reduces the molecular weight. So that's why you always see Roglič on the black, saving weight wherever possible. So important, it all adds up in the end, doesn't it? Of course, there's the minimum weight of 6.8 kilograms set out by the UCI. So all the bikes in this peloton have to be 6.8 kilograms or heavier.
Lots of discussions going on at the back of the peloton. 3:15 is the advantage right now. Riders having to think about whether they put gilets on, gabba jackets, rain jackets, because now and then there's a little bit of moisture in the air. It's nothing like it is at the finish line. You can't see the mountain anymore. When we arrived here, it was blue skies, beautiful colours. Now it's grey, wet, and a really difficult day, I would think, for the riders in this mountain.
Yeah, it's also, as you said, hard for them to decide what do they want to wear right now. What is the optimum clothing they want to have on to keep themselves warm but not to overheat. It's riders in a bit of a difficult position. Some, keeping the rain jackets on or the Gabba style jackets, but keeping them unzipped. As we can see, Cataneo, one of those riders, just doing that for Deceuninck Quick-Step in the blue.
Coming through, Mattia Cataneo on the front in the blue, moving to the right-hand side as we look. 29-year-old rider from Italy, returning to racing after injury at the Giro dell'Emilia. He was second in the Tour de la Provence in 2017, his third time at the Vuelta a Espana. Good to see him returning after injury in this Vuelta a Espana. Fourth in the Tour of the Alps as well. Going through, Contan Girugi. Izagirre swings across the road. Magnus Kortz making his way forward. The rider in the colours of NTT, the blue helmet with the black gilet. Michael Volgren. Rumours about where he's going to end up for next season at the moment, but we're not entirely sure yet. He won the Amstel Gold in 2018. He won a Omloop Hot Noisblad, sorry, and a 28-year-old rider now from Denmark. Kind of lost his way since 2018 as far as victories are concerned. When he won Amstel and he won Omloop Hot Noisblad, everyone thought he was going to be the Classics winner of the next couple of years, but it hasn't played out that way.
Yeah, it just hasn't, he hasn't continued that upward trajectory in the Classics. But, you know, we've seen it happen time and time again that, you know, people have a promising start to their career, take some big victories, but just aren't able to quite keep backing it up year upon year. And this is what we were talking about before. You know, it's not easy to win bike races. It's not easy to win the highest level bike races in the world. And, you know, very hard to actually, you know, keep the form year upon year.
Look at the pace now in this peloton, led by Jumbo-Visma. 3 minutes 20, so they're not too happy about this breakaway going even further away. We're getting close to Izagirre being the virtual race leader of this Vuelta Espana, so he needs to be held. And this front group of riders are continuing with a really high pace, and therefore the peloton, being led by Jumbo-Visma, have to do the same. If there's one thing you want to do today for a little bit of fun, it's go on Instagram and use the filter. If you're a fan of Instagram, that is. You don't have to if you don't use Instagram, but if you do use Instagram, Jumbo-Visma have released the best filter I've ever seen on Instagram, because today was supposed to be Paris-Roubaix and it's not, and so they've celebrated Paris-Roubaix.
They have. You can go on to either my Instagram or Anthony's Instagram. We both took part in this.
We couldn't help it.
We couldn't. This Paris-Roubaix filter, and whoever's made that from the Jumbo-Visma team, bravo, because it's absolutely fantastic. Head to my Instagram at Spanner Walker or Ant McCrossan. Go onto the story and then you can try it out and use the filter yourself. It's certainly made us laugh and gave us a few minutes of giggles. But very, very good, and great that they're able to. They obviously had it already in the pipeline and planned for Paris-Roubaix. But bravo to the media team there.
Oh, absolutely. They've given us a bit of entertainment this morning. Why not? The team doing everything they can to keep their fans engaged, and I think that's absolutely superb. When you downloaded it this morning, we were laughing away before the race starts, so we've both done it. Don't forget you can get in touch with us at Spanner Walker, at McCrossan on our Twitter feed or our Instagram. We do read all your messages and we take on board some of your thoughts, some of your criticisms at times as well, and we also like to answer your questions. Going through towards the front now, Total Direct Energy's Jonathan Hiver. He's the rider in the red, white and blue, comes from Tours down in France, where Paris Tour finished just a couple of weeks ago. A little bit of radio problems going on here for Gorka Izagirre. He's the rider who is almost the virtual leader of this race. As you can see there, the virtual classification on the right, he's now 14 to 15 seconds off the race lead. Just trying to hear what is going on the race radio, because Gorka Izagirre, for me, is a rider who could win today's stage, never mind become the virtual red jersey of this year's race at this moment in time.
Yeah, and again, another rider who's got a teammate in this breakaway for company with Jon Izagirre. So, you know, could, you know, a great stage for him. They've put themselves out in the front, and as we were saying earlier, you know, put yourselves up the front when the main group, the main pack of general classification riders come up to you. You're in a perfect position. You're already in the front move.
3:20, 88.8 kilometres to go. Almost at the bottom of the climb. 5k to go to the first major climb of today's stage. This revised stage of racing, not taking us to the Col de Tourmalet this time. These roads then that we're making our way on are the roads that in 2016 became very famous in the Vuelta Espana. The raid of Alberto Contador and Nairo Quintana on Chris Froome. On that day, they went on the attack and they put Chris Froome to the sword, basically. He had his teammates in the back group, Froome isolated in the group with a bunch of Movistar riders. Movistar rode. They made sure his teammates never got back, but they rode hard enough that they never caught the breakaway either. And Chris Froome lost out to Nairo Quintana. These roads are really difficult to control, very hard to see what's going on. And days like today, where the likes of Izagirre is up the road already, can be a day of an ambush.
It could, and also with the weather conditions, how's that going to play into effect? Unlike that day back in 2016, that of course the rain's falling now. That it's very, very cold.
Who can possibly win? There could be all sorts of things happen out on the road.
I think if we've seen how this Vuelta a España has played out so far, the general classification riders, the ones wanting to go for the overall, aren't leaving anything to chance. They're not leaving anything or holding anything back for next week or the final week. They're racing every day, stage by stage, trying to take as many seconds where possible. And as you said, today's going to be hard to control. So I am quite surprised to see that the likes of Jumbo-Visma have let this breakaway get out to 3.5 minutes. I mean, they're keeping it under control at the moment, but as we start to go into where the classified climbs start, you might want to start about thinking just to close the gap ever so slightly.
Izagirre couldn't hear what was going on in his radio, so he goes back to the team car now to have a conversation, which is easier because he can find out exactly what's going on. But as things are playing out on the road right now, Izagirre is not in this to win the stage. By the looks of things to me, he's here to take time.
Yeah, take time. I mean, I think the riders will know how they're feeling and what their objective is. We did see the other day that actually Luis Leon Sanchez wanted to attack on stage 2, get some time, make sure he got over the climb and put himself in the front of the race. He didn't look like he felt so comfortable to be going with all the different attacks and accelerations from the overall leaders. But I think he's able to go back to his team car. It's not so far to go back in this group of 23 just to have a chat. But wise to make sure that your radio's working for later on in the stage.
The weather conditions out here are now really drawing in. They're not very nice at all, as we see George Zimmerman go through to the front. Zimmerman, the orange of the CCC team. They've lost predominantly their team leader in Simon Geschke, but Zimmerman is a 23-year-old rider, comes from Germany, 5th in the Tour de l'Avenir. Represented Germany at the Road World Championships recently in Imola in Italy, and a winner of Trofeo Piva in his career so far. So Zimmerman going through on the front, setting the pace for the squads and trying to put himself further up the road, as we are now 2 seconds from Gorka Izagirre being the virtual red jersey of this year's Vuelta a España. David Barndola, why is Roglic not wearing the red jersey visibly? Is it underneath his jersey? Normally, Hannah, in races, when you become the race leader in a Grand Tour, you're delivered a bag with your red jersey or your green jersey or white and blue or whatever it might be, a rain jacket, various different pieces of kit. But Roglic today isn't wearing that red rain cape. Maybe because he's more comfortable in his usual kit, and he's allowed to do this, isn't he? He doesn't have to wear the red jersey. Yeah,
I mean, he's just wearing what he feels most comfortable in. On the other, on the flip side, we saw Tim Wellens before. He had a King of the Mountains jersey. It was like a short-sleeved rain jacket, Gabba-style jersey that he was put on. He spoke about this morning how special it is to be leading the King of the Mountains classification, that he would go wear all the kit that to match, because it's a real honor to have a jersey in a Grand Tour. But Roglic feeling a lot more comfortable wearing his own team clothing. He knows the breathability of it, keeps him warm. I think also potentially sponsor-wise, it's better for Jumbo-Visma as well. He's spent every stage so far, bar one, in the Santini leaders jersey.
Santini being the main sponsors of all the jerseys in this Vuelta. We're 1.9 kilometres then from the mountain classification. The riders are now going to start to endure some rain, and it's just going to get colder as they get towards the race finish thanks for all your messages, very much appreciated. Lovely to hear from all of you during today's stage. We will forgive you if you flick between the Vuelta and the Giro, because we know that at some point that race is going to come to its conclusion, but come back to us because we're going to be here all the way through today's stage. Now, normally we go through the finds of the day. What are the finds? What happened yesterday? And the finds are starting to take on a little bit of a pattern. And the pattern is that the commissaires are fining riders for throwing litter, which in this natural environment, this great countryside, should be done, and we both very much agree with. So yesterday, Andreas Schillinger of Bora Hansgrohe and Jon Abasturi of Cali Rural were both fined 200 Swiss francs for throwing litter out on the course. Also, the commissaires had to put the times back to normal time gaps after the crash. That was in their communication yesterday, and there were some more bike checks as well at the Vuelta to make sure there were no motors, and also there was nothing adverse found on the bikes. Total of 31 bike checks. Nothing else though to do with drafting cars, sticky bottles, anything else that we would normally expect to have in the fine list.
Yeah, we had the start of the Vuelta Espana, we had a few riders fined for drafting, and sports directors getting fines as well. But yeah, obviously calmed down a little bit in that convoy. But I think, you know, as I said yesterday, great to see the UCI picking out the riders who are littering along the beautiful scenery and beautiful roads. They do have designated litter zones throughout the route, and also, you know, it's always good if you can throw the litter to your soigneur in a feed zone, or even if you're in the breakaway, take it back to your team car and discard of it there.
Well, we shouldn't be throwing any litter at all in this environment, both for the nature and also for the animals, birds and everything else that live in this particular region. So I think it's absolutely right that those fines continue to happen until the riders realise that it's not acceptable, because we're still getting 2 or 3 a day. Beautiful environment we are riding through. We've just gone past the Gallego River. Lots of natural environments, these lakes, these pools up here on the top of these mountains. And this is Lago do Artusta, which we just went past. Back here to the front of the group. That lake is in the National Park of Odessa and Monte Perdido. We've been riding around here for quite a few days now. Just towards we're in the Aragon Pyrenees now, which is this particular region. Lots of skiing here as well. So the skiing is up on the mountain where we are. So when the snow comes, this particular region used very much by lots of people in this region to come skiing, and also from some riders who like to ski now and then, although it's not allowed too much in their contracts if they're at World Tour level. But support staff of the teams who live in this area come to Formigal to go skiing.
Yeah, and a wonderful ski resort area is, I think, one of the media employees at Mitchelton Scott, Lucy Martin, comes up here and she was saying she's knows the area very, very well. The skiing is fantastic, like with the après ski too.
I would come and ski up here.
Me too. I've never been downhill skiing. I've only been cross country, so
have you?
Could be an experience. There's a lot of black runs here of what I've seen, so
you
perhaps
need
not
to
my
do it.
perhaps not my first place I'd come to.
You'd be fine. Give it a day and you'd be absolutely fine. You can go downhill quick on a bike. You can learn how to turn on skis, no problem at all. That's the next challenge for the winter for Hannah we've set during today's race. A few mentions. Thank you very much for all those messages. We've talked about the times reset by the commissaires. We're coming to the end of the first week, 6 days of racing covered. We've had some wonderful stages so far. We've had Primož Roglič win stage number 1. Marc Soler took his solo win on stage 2. Then it was Dan Martin on stage 3. Sam Bennett on 4 and Tim Wellens on stage number 5. Over the last 6 days then, Hannah, what's been your favourite moment of this year's race?
Wow. My favourite moment, I think it was great when we saw Movistar really split it in those crosswinds. We saw Guillaume Martin really miss out. He was the biggest, I don't want to say loser, but loser of the day, let's say. So I think that was an exciting moment, but also Dan Martin taking that stage victory on stage 3.
That was going to be my best moment of the race, Dan Martin winning, because I think he was so emotional. If I have to pick out another one, I'd say Marc Soler with his victory, because of last year where he was told to wait at the side of the road or wait for Nairo Quintana and didn't take the stage win. So for him, huge payback. Dreamt of winning a stage of the Vuelta, finally does it. Solo win. Also the fact that he brought that drought of Movistar to an end.
Yeah, and he's the only victor from Team Movistar in 2020. He won their first race back in February, and their second victory came on stage 2 of the Vuelta a España. So as you say, they're still on a little bit of a drought in comparison. And when we look at other riders and teams alone, Arnaud Demer has 14 victories in 2020 already. So more than a whole team put together.
It's hard to comprehend that Movistar have got 2 wins this season. It's really hard to get your head around.
I think when we look at the riders on the team, majority of them are Spanish, and I think if we look at what they had to go through during the lockdown and the pandemic, they weren't allowed to train outside. They could only train indoors, even though they didn't have a special dispensation as a professional athlete like other professional riders did in other countries. I wonder how much that has also played its part, took its toll on the riders, not necessarily physically but actually mentally. I can imagine it's been very, very hard for them.
I can imagine it has. So maybe we'll just start to see the progression now of that team yet again. Pete, thanks for your message. I'm glad you are keeping up and watching the Vuelta and keeping one eye on what's going on in the Giro d'Italia, because this race is coming to its conclusion, and the team of Jumbo-Visma on the front of the Vuelta in this race is only just starting to hot up, and it's just going to get even better over the next couple of weeks of racing. Rory Sutherland wearing number 183 there. You'll notice just in front of him the riders of Jumbo-Visma clad now against the cold and the wet. The jackets are on. Deep section carbon rims in today. If you would like to, why don't you give us your favourite moment of the last 6 days of racing? You can message at Spanner Walker, at Ant McCrossan on Twitter or on Instagram, and let us know what you think. We have highlighted a couple of those possibilities, Dan Martin and Marc Soler, but it might not be a victory. It might be just another moment, like Hannah mentioned, of Movistar coming to the front, trying to split the race up and show that they were boss, really, and ultimately they've got their victory of Marc Soler, so that's worked extremely well. A really drizzly, wet, grey day in the Aragon Pyrenees as the peloton hold this gap at 3:46.
The day started off with so much promise, blue skies, sun, bit of warmth in the air, wasn't there?
Yeah.
But now, the rain setting in, the low cloud.
I think
it's getting colder.
It's going to be like this all the way to the finish now, as we see the glacier on the top of this this mountain. Very well known for the glacier in this particular park itself. This national park is stunning. There's loads of also waterfalls. The Colla de Caballo waterfall is also something we'll get a chance perhaps to see. We just went past the Monte Perdido with the lake at the top of it as well. but the snow up there is getting thicker all the time. Pierre-Luc Perrichon doing the work on the front, keeping the pace nice and high, just concentrating hard. He's the real worker for the team of Cofidis. Only 6 of their riders left in this year's race. Just rode the Tour de France. 6th Grand Tour for Pierre-Luc Perrichon as he sets the tempo. Magnus Cort Nielsen 3 wheels back, and Guillaume Martin coming back into the group. To me, Guillaume Martin has got really good legs for coming out of the Tour de France. He's looking fast, he's looking really strong, and I wonder whether the amount of strength he's got, he's using a little bit too much energy now and then. Yesterday we saw him chasing for kilometre after kilometre and ultimately just didn't have it at the end. Today he's going back and forward, jacket's not zipped up. He's on one of those weeks where he's feeling super strong.
I think sometimes when a rider is feeling strong, they sometimes start to forget about, you know, the minor details of, yeah, make sure your jacket's done up, because you are wasting watts and wasting energy, you know, with it flapping in the wind, you know, just making the unnecessary efforts, you know, up and down the breakaway, going back to the car, coming back up, you know, just expending energy when you don't really need to. But we saw, you know, into the finale yesterday, I don't know how much, you know, the chasing took out of him when he was trying to chase down Wellens and Arensman, but, you know, into that final kilometre when Arensman made that attack, he didn't quite have the punch, the attack, the explosiveness to react to that attack. He did, you know, manage to claw his way back and take second on the stage, but obviously, you know, he's feeling okay today into the breakaway. He's got 2 teammates, which I think, you know, highly important. Likewise with Team Sunweb, they've got 3 riders in the breakaway as well, so putting themselves in a strong position. But I think I'd start to use Victor Lafay and Pierre-Luc Perrichon just a little bit more, get them going back to the car. Maybe he actually wanted to just speak to his sports director face to face and not have to do it through the radio.
Delivery on its way from Movistar. All the jackets being brought forward to the front of the peloton. Peloton still in one long line. And Paul Martins with the buff on to keep the rain going down his neck. Robert Hessink goes through to the front. Hessink choosing a deep section carbon wheel on the back. A slightly smaller section wheel on the front. Just keeping this tempo spinning over as he takes his musette through the feed from the soigneur. Puts it over his shoulder, and he will just go through that and decide what he wants and what he doesn't want. Throws the bottle to the next soigneur to make sure that that is picked up as opposed to going anywhere else. Jumbo-Visma, few of the riders deciding to have a deeper section wheel on the back and a narrower section wheel on the front. Nice combination to use. Talking of combinations and what the riders are using out here on the course today, for the riders, what would be a reasonable setup? Because I know there's many people out there who like to know, okay, what are they using? What gears are they using? Do they change gears beforehand? Are there different tyres on? What would be a setup of one of the teams, for example?
Yeah, I think, you know, teams and riders will go stage by stage, looking at the profile, you know, what they want. Obviously, on stage 4, teams had chain rings on that were 55, 56 on the front if you were riding on Shimano, 54 if you were on the new SRAM 12 speed. But I think, you know, today probably back to a normal standard setup of a 53-39 with 11-30 on the back if you're running Shimano. I think maybe if you're running the SRAM setup, 52-39 with a 10-30 block on the back. And, you know, as I said, tyre pressures, they'll have seen what the weather will be today, so they would have adjusted that accordingly. Maybe just take a little bit of pressure out than they would have if it was completely dry.
I know that Alejandro Valverde, who is in this race for the Movistar team, they think very carefully with him about his tyre pressure. and he will up it or down it depending on the weather conditions, knowing that the riders are going to go from the heat into the rain today. They would have put a slightly lower pressure, as you said, into the tyres before the race start, just to give him that chance. And I know, for example, in the World Championships in Imola, Alejandro Valverde at the start of the race had a really high pressure in, so that as the race went on, the number of bar that he would lose during the race would get him to the prime position by the end of the actual World Championship. That's how precise some of the teams think about things now.
Yeah, it's, you know, highly detailed. You know, the mechanics are thinking about this, you know, weeks in advance. They probably, you know, give the riders a call, especially for something like the World Championships. Give them a call and see, you know, what do you want. They'll be working it out. Every rider on the team will have a different pressure, and it's not, you know, one tyre pressure for all. You know, it goes on weight, it goes on, you know, preference of what they want. They'll have, you know, maybe slightly less in the front than they do in the back. So, you know, it's really, you know, something very, very important to think on, especially what tyre you're using, whether you're using a 25 or a 28. You know, it depends obviously on tyre sponsors, on feel, on what the road conditions are like as well.
It's funny how all these little things are now being taken into consideration. This rider here is the virtual Maya Rocha, the red jersey, the leader of the race. He's about 5 seconds on the road ahead of Primož Roglic. He's taken enough time at the moment. So if the race basically finished right now, he would be the leader of the Vuelta a Espana. But we've got 77 kilometers of racing remaining, and we are almost at the top of this climb, the Alta Petralba. There are 3 points on offer for the King of the Mountains. Tim Wellens isn't here, so we'll see who decides to go for the King of the Mountains points, which are not too far away now from this leading group. We should see them there in a few hundred meters time, if the calculations are correct.
Well, in this front group, we have Guillaume Martin on 7 points, and Quentin Jarogui of AG Desert Mondial on 6 points. So they're the highest classified riders in the Montagne classification. Whether we'll see Guillaume Martin try and go for those 3 points, that will put his lead up to 10. Still won't be enough to take the jersey from Tim Wellens.
Getting ready then for the climb, and Guillaume Martin has decided he wants to go for the points. Quentin Jarogui has decided not to, by the sense of what's going on at the front. So Guillaume Martin going clear now to crest the top of the first climb of the day, the Alta Petralba. He is going to be first across the top. Maximum points to Guillaume Martin puts him now with 3 more points in the pocket on 10 points in the King of the Mountains classification. Downhill from here until we reach 54.4 kilometers. That's when we're going to hit the next climb. So a good descent for these riders. Going to be a bit cold though, and they need to get the rain jackets on, keep themselves as warm as possible. And Hannah, anything else you do on a cold, wet descent to make sure you stay feeling okay by the bottom, and anything else that you should do as a rider?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, the most popular is the old school way of doing things, you know, a bit of newspaper down the front of your jersey, or a little bit of foam as well. You know, there's lots of ways you can have, you know, all the most high-tech clothing in the world, but essentially, you know, maybe something will be, some newspaper will be in some of these musettes as well. But I think, you know, it's sort of a way that once you're done with it at the bottom of the climb, you know, you're able to discard the newspaper or the piece of material with your soigneur in the litter zones.
So that is still done. It's been done for decades, the piece of newspaper. So it's still done now. Soigneur's handing bottles up. Any of these bottles have hot drinks in them because of the cold?
Yeah, we'll probably see, you know, soigneurs handing up hot tea to the riders, just to keep the riders warm. Maybe something like a rooibos tea.
That's the tea of choice, is it?
I think it's different throughout, different teams. But I know on the women's team I work for, that they always go for rooibos. Don't know if that's just because of the flavour or it's just everyone likes it. But I think very important on a stage like today to keep the body warm. There's nothing worse. Once you start to go too far over the limit and being too cold, it's very, very hard to get the core body temperature warm again, start to get that feeling back in your fingers, and it actually then starts to affect your performance.
And then you've got a rider that we've got on the front right now who hasn't hardly even got any gloves on.
Yeah, he's opting, Leonard Hofstadter there at the front, opting for just normal mitts, short-fingered mitts. But I think it's also, depends on where riders come from as well and what they're used to. You see a lot of Scandinavian riders, or, one that stands out to me is Lizzie Deignan.
I was about to mention her.
Never races with gloves, no matter what, the temperature is. She'll always have, shorts and jersey on. You rarely ever see her even wearing arm warmers, and never ever she'll race in knee warmers or leg warmers. So it just depends on the rider, what they're used to, where they come from. A lot of the times it's the Spanish riders or the South American riders who are used to the hot climates, who really suffer in the cold weather conditions.
That's what happens when you come from Yorkshire.
Yes, certainly.
Lizzie Deignan, yeah, I always am looking at her thinking, you must be cold, when she is in one of the classics, no arm warmers on, no gloves, never wears them, never lines up at the start with any gloves on. You're always thinking, aren't you going to be cold? This is incredible. But she never, ever does.
I think it's also back to what I was speaking about before with, teams having, the heat balm or the heat rub. As we see the results of the first classified climb of today, Guillaume Martin took the 3, Pierre-Luc Perichon taking the 2, and Jorge Arcas picking up the 1. So there's the shows there's no change in the standings. Tim Vellon still with 19 points in the King of the Mountains.
You were saying?
Yeah, I think, you can see riders, not wearing any clothing, or they're not wearing arm warmers or leg warmers, but if they have got the heat balm on, there's lots of different levels of heat balm as well. You've got a mild version, a medium version, the extra hot version for when it's really Baltic outside, always used in the cold classics when you need it.
It's like going to Nando's.
Maybe some people don't know what Nando's is.
Very true. Yeah, it's like the different levels of spicy sauce. Downhill. Yeah, so you were saying about hot creams to put on your legs.
Yeah, it's like warm-up oils, different ones for competition, depending on the heat outside. Maybe you have quite a hot one to keep the feet warm. I know one rider one time put too much heat balm on the chest. Cool. When it started to heat up, and obviously your core body temperature starts to heat up. You've got a thermal jersey on, thermal undervest. And they started to overheat very, very hard to control that core body temperature, bring it down. Actually, as a consequence, started suffering, wasn't able to perform, and learned the lesson. They'll never do that again. They'll
never do that again. That was the Pyrenees we just took a look at then, as we see Izagirre going downhill in the front group. Just to remind you, if you've just joined us now, we have got a leading group of riders who've been dragged away under the work of Remy Cavagna. In that leading group, some highlighted riders. Rui Costa, former world champion, doesn't mind the rain at all. Won his world title in Firenze in Italy in the pouring rain. Also in the Mattia Cataneo. Also Remy Cavagna. The 2 Izagirres, Dylan van Baarle, Quentin Jarugi. Also Michael Woods, Magnus Cort Nielsen. 3 riders from Cofidis, including Guillaume Martin, Michael Volgren, Lord Gavkas, who comes from here. These are his training roads. Carlos Verona, Jonathan Hubert, and we've got 3 riders from Sunweb, including Yasha Sutalin, Oscar Cabedo, and also Julien Amasqueta of the team of Caja Rural. These riders still at 3:49. The highest placed rider, Gorka Izagirre, at 3:37, so he's the virtual leader of this year's race. Downhill, fast, cold winds, pouring rain right now. Michael Anderson's just said to me, can we explain? And of course, we've got fans who are very much fans of cycling for years and years and years, and fans who we welcome to you who are brand new, who have just decided to watch cycling for the first time. We're referred to something as a sticky bottle. Michael Anderson would like to know, what is a sticky bottle?
Well, it's frowned upon by the UCI, but sticky bottle is when you'll see a rider go back to the team car. The sports director will hand up a bottle. The riders will grab it by the hand, and the sports director maybe just accelerate a couple of kilometres per hour. Let the riders hold on for, I'd say you'd start to call it a sticky bottle after maybe holding on for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Anything longer than that certainly is a sticky bottle, and it's generally to help the riders get back into the peloton or into the group, just to give them a bit more momentum and speed. We'll point it out if we see one today.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do it. You're allowed
Very forbidden.
You're allowed to grab a bottle or a bidon, as we call them. You're allowed to grab it and maybe get a little bit of a throw off it, but you're not allowed to hold on to it.
It's something that since the 2019 season that the UCI have really cracked down on for teams and sports directors and riders, that anything that would remotely see that they were holding on to the bottle, they would call it a sticky bottle. I know there was some very, very harsh fines last year in the races, especially in the beginning of the season. So we've seen it before where riders have had crashes. They're trying to get back into the peloton, they're already at a disadvantage anyway because they've had a crash. They're several minutes off the back. We saw it with Daniel Martinez of EF Pro Cycling, tried to take a bottle, try and get back on, and even just to shelter from behind the car, the UCI and the commissaires at the side were waving the finger.
You're just not allowed to do it. Definitely not allowed to do that. So Gorky Izagirre at the front, looking around, the riders coming back up to him. A few of you are sending in your thoughts on your favourite point of this year's race. We've talked about 6 days of racing coming up now to the end. So there's a few of you have let us know your thoughts. Look at the conditions here. This is pretty horrible out on the road as the riders descend down at 80 kilometres an hour on these wide roads, thankfully.
Want to try and stay away from the white lines, though.
92 kilometres an hour in the pouring rain on very wet roads. Everybody sheltering. Look at these shots. You have to admire the way these riders work, how they're able to descend in these low visibilities at that sort of speed. So John Weaver loved Dan Martin's win, also the run-in with stage 4 with Cavagna and the whole team powering Sam Bennett to the line. Robert Bridges' favourite moment was the move by Roglic to stay with Movistar when they tried to split the peloton on stage 2. Showed his determination to win the Vuelta a Espana. See, these little things, little bits of a race, which are just moments in a race, as opposed to a victory that can make a massive difference. .354 the advantage. Satch has asked, after the stages, what happens after each stage as far as team activity is concerned? How much recovery time? Who does the laundry? How late do the mechanics work? Who does the cooking? We touched on cooking earlier. Last night we saw Astana's chef cooking for the team, but as a team set up here, how many support staff, around 8 riders, and what do they do?
I think teams will have anything between 15 to upward to 20 support staff for the 8 riders. And when you start to think you'll have a chef, you've got a dedicated coach driver, you probably have 3 soigneurs, 3 mechanics, potentially 3 sports directors, one for each driver in each car behind the peloton, and then maybe in the first team car you'll have 2 sports directors one will just only be doing the talking into the radio, the other doing the driving. To do the laundry, that's something that's done by the soigneurs, so or each of the teams in one of the vehicles, they might have 1 or 2 washing machines, so all the laundry is taken care of by the soigneurs, who are essentially they're the carers of the riders. They'll do the massage, they'll be making the food as well, any in-race food. Riders, their job is ride your bike during the stage. Afterwards, we'll take care of everything for you. You don't have to do any of the mechanics, you don't have to do your laundry, you don't have to do any cooking or washing, or their primary focus post-stage is recover as best and as quick as you can.
How many support staff then in total with all of those, generally?
Well, I think, looking at Astana yesterday, they had, I think, 16, and that's only what we could see at their dinner table. So, potentially could have been a couple of other support staff still at work. This was at around 9:30, 10 p.m, so majority of the work was done. But I think, maybe for the likes of Movistar or even Ineos Grenadiers, maybe have a couple more support staff there.
That's a lot of staff looking after 8 riders, but it just shows you how important the various jobs are of the support team, and all enabling the riders to do absolutely nothing else as we go past the Ara River.
And I think as well, it's important to have so many support staff, because at the end of the day, it's a 3-week Grand Tour. It's hard on the staff as well as the riders. A lot of early mornings, late evenings, finishing the work, and it really is full gas. Of course we have 2 rest days, but that doesn't mean it's a rest day. That doesn't mean it's a day off for the staff or the riders. Actually, they'll still go out for a small spin. So, it really is in this year's Vuelta a España, 18 stages with 2 rest days, 20 days full gas, and that's not even including all the preparation beforehand, all the logistics and the travelling, the driving they've got to do. But I think, for riders, as soon as they get off the bike, it's time for them to start that recovery process, ready for the next stage, with recovery shakes, food, massage, get as much sleep as they can as well. So, highly important.
Sleep is always a good thing, I find.
Yes, very important. How's your sleep going, Anthony?
Terribly. The clocks went back last night, and I was supposed to get an hour more, and I think I got an hour less. 67.7 kilometres to go. I don't know what was going on in our hotel last night, but seriously, people were getting up very, very early in our hotel. The sleep didn't really happen too much. They also go to sleep very, very late. 67.7 kilometres to go, 3:47 the advantage.
Certainly no siestas going on here in Spain at the moment, is there?
No, it's supposed to be between 3 and 5 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock now. 67.7 kilometres to go, 3:45 the advantage for the leading group. Big group of riders on the attack today. In that front group, Remy Cavagna, Rui Costa also in there, Sergio Henao, Rob Power, Michael Storer and Jascha Sütterlin of the team of Sunweb, Yoni Zagire and Gorka Zagire for the Astana team. Dylan van Baarle is in there as we go past the Ara River in this beautiful area. Not getting to see it with the blue sky, but it's a little bit more atmospheric at the moment with the rain falling, the low clouds, and now we're starting to see Israel Startup Nation put a rider at the front to try and assist Jumbo-Visma in this chase. This is a bit of a significant change now, Hannah, at the front of the race.
Yeah, it is Leonard Hofstadter from Jumbo-Visma on the front, and one from Israel Startup Nation. I think important for Dan Martin that he puts a rider towards the front from his team to assist with this lead now, or this chase now, because it is 3 minutes 43 with 67 kilometres remaining. It's probably getting to a point now where they think they can't let the gap get too much. Gorka Izagir is still the virtual Maya Rocco.
The riders moving up then from the back. Mr. Fusspot sent us a nice message, say, favourite part of the Vuelta is hearing a woman's voice on the Grand Tour broadcast. There's a few of you who are game changers right now as far as commentary on racing is concerned. You, Brodie Chapman, other women like Marion Roos. And I think it's fantastic that we're now getting different insight into the racing. So Hannah Walker alongside me, who has been a pro rider with the WNT team, has ridden many of the women's top world races and now works with Sarah Tiz at WNT with the likes of Lisa Brennauer in that squad. 67.7 kilometres to go, 3:41. We are aiming now for the bottom of the Puerta do Cote Fablo, which is the next climb of the day. It's a second category climb. There's 5 points on offer at the top of this climb. Going to take us up to 1,423 metres above sea level. It's a 13.5 kilometre climb, so the riders have really got to settle themselves in before they then go towards the final climb of the day, the Aramon Formigal, which is categorised at 14.5 kilometres, but is actually well over 20 kilometres in length. As the riders on the front, certainly Cofidis, want to push this on a little bit more to try and extend the advantage. Jascha Sütterlin on the left. He's been very animated in this year's Vuelta. It's been great to see him racing like this. We haven't necessarily seen him always be this aggressive. Sütterlin is one of the workers in the team of Sunweb. We know him as a bit of a time trialist. He was silver medalist in the mixed relay team time trial in the World Championships and the European Championships. His second time in the breakaway in this year's race as he grabs his musette, the little bag with all the food and bits and pieces in it. He's in the break on stage one. It's his first time at the Vuelta a España, and I think he's been given more of a free rein this time to go on the attack, because this Sunweb team with Sütterlin at 27, the average age of Sunweb is 23, which is the youngest average age of any of the teams, but the next lowest average of any of the teams, average age, is 26. Just shows how young this squad is.
Yeah, it's really a difference. I think 27 years of age, you're the oldest rider within the Team Sunweb squad at the Vuelta a España, most experience, but actually when you look at him, still so young as well. Had, as you said, been more of a domestique and a worker throughout his career. First was with Movistar from 2014 until 2019, and he's with Team Sunweb. Got a contract until the end of next year. Comes from Freiburg, but yeah, a very, very strong time trialist. He's got a good, powerful sprint on him as well, but always rides very aggressive.
Does ride very aggressively, particularly in this race. The team had a little bit of a drawback on day one when they lost Ilian van Wilder, who had knee problems, the 20-year-old Belgian. But since then, Team Sunweb have been very aggressive, putting Team Rensman in that breakaway and getting third place yesterday. Victor Lefay is the rider who was on the front for the Cofidis team. He's been starting to do a little bit more work for Guillaume Martin. 24-year-old French rider, second in the European Championships as an under-23 rider, and won a stage of the Tour de la Savoie. Number 46 there on the back of the group. That's Michael Storer.
You can just see Yashi just looking behind him to see where Storer is, just swinging his arm, saying, come on, get back into this breakaway, don't lose too much time, don't go too much further down through the convoy behind the breakaway. Get into the slipstream, take on your gel or your food, but do it when you're in the slipstream of the breakaway. You can just see the experience coming through there from Jascha Sütterlin.
Michael Storer in his third appearance in the Vuelta Espana, but still only 23 years of age. He's been with Sunweb since 2018. Look at the group now. Michael Storer just picking up some bags, talking to the team director in the team car. They've got some very experienced team directors for Team Sunweb. They've got Mark Reif in particular, who is very experienced. Remy Cavagna is not happy with what's going on in this group. He goes clear again. Cavagna, you will notice, I think he's put a gilet on, and that's it. He hasn't put a rain jacket on. He stayed in his aero kit as we go past the mountain of Magisco Balaitis, the incredible glacier up here on the top of the mountain. No snow yet at the top of this climb at the finish, just so you are aware that we haven't got the really cold conditions. So this particular region was moulded by glacial erosion, resulting in a series of glacial valleys, in particular the Odessa Valley and the Pineta Valley. There's still the glacier there on the north face of Mount Perdido, though it is starting to shrink now under global warming. 2,200 metres to the bottom of the next climb of the day. Cavagna looks around, just like saying to everyone, let's just keep this pace going. 3:33, they need a lot more time than that. But the pace today, Hannah, has been pretty relentless. When we look at normal road books, we're giving an average speed around about 40 kilometres an hour. We have 3 columns in the road book, don't we? And the road book is what we're given before the Vuelta, what's online for the riders, and the riders have it too.
Yeah, they do, and on today's stage they predicted 3 different speeds of the race, 35 kilometres per hour average, 37 kilometres per hour and 39 kilometres per hour. At the moment, the average speed of the stage has been 43.9 kilometres per hour, so really, you know, way above of what was predicted by organisers. In turn, we're now 16 minutes ahead of schedule, just showing to you all how fast this stage has been, to actually how fast the breakaway has been to open up a gap like they have of 3.5 minutes. But also, you know, despite the terrain, the up and down nature of the roads, how hard it's been.
It's incredible how quick they're moving along. That was a shot there of the forest, the Podina del Senor, or the Podina Ballerin forest in Fanlo. We saw that yesterday, you may remember. It's one of the 12 most beautiful forests to visit in Spain in autumn. We saw it in all its splendour this morning before the rain started to fall. 55.5 kilometres to go. And Paul Martins again doing wonderful work for the team of Jumbo-Visma on the front. Paris-Roubaix was supposed to be today. It's raining in the Paris-Roubaix, it's raining in the Vuelta Espana. So we've definitely got Roubaix conditions today.
We have. I'm sure a few of the riders, you know, hoping for a wet Roubaix. It would have been today, but not to be. Next year, hopefully. And of course, it was supposed to be the inaugural women's Paris-Roubaix today, so that'll have to wait until April next year.
Yeah, a real shame that we're not going to see the women's Paris-Roubaix. That was a big addition to the calendar, but that will be back for next season. 2021 will be the inaugural edition, and we hope there'll be the normal time of year. Let's hope that all of us get through this next period of this pandemic, and I hope wherever you are, you're safe, you're healthy, and that this bike racing, albeit with the grey and wet conditions, is giving you just a little bit of joy as we watch these riders heading towards the conclusion of the weekend. The 6 days of racing will be over. We've got a rest day tomorrow. The riders have to get through their PCR tests, their coronavirus tests, and then we will move into the second phase of the race, hoping that everything will be okay, because various regions of Spain are now in lockdown, and we hope that we can have a safe passage through the Vuelta a España in the same way that the Tour de France happened. And thankfully the Giro d'Italia has come to an end today in Milano, and it's not long until we find out who the race winner of that race is going to be. Then we need to all hope that this race can finish in Madrid. A few mentions. Linda Walker, thanks very much for your message. A few more of you just to mention. Timothy Martin, you wanted to know, where do the fines go? Because we've been going through the fines every day. Do we know where they go?
They go to the UCI in Aigle in Switzerland. What they do with them after that, I'm not quite sure. Whether that gets put back into the organisation, or whether it's end of season party. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. Of course, the fines are they have different levels of fines depending on what what riders or teams have done. So anything from 100 Swiss francs, 200, 500. We saw EF Pro Cycling get a hefty fine for the kit change at the Giro d'Italia. But we'll try and find out what happens to the fines and where it goes to at the World Governing Body. Yeah,
they go straight to the UCI, because that's a source of income for the UCI, I'm sure. And the riders know that, the teams know it, and it's the same in football. If you are fined there, as we go through the little town of Orto, and we're not far from coming back round to the climb and the descent down to Biescas, where we remember the tragedy of the flood and flood in that particular region many years ago. I think 24 years ago now. We remember everyone on that day where that disaster struck, but since then this place has revitalized itself. It still remembers that disaster, but we also are able to bring joy to this region as well. Here's our leading group continuing with this climb. We're on to the climb now of the Puerta de Cote Fablo. This is a second category climb. 5 points on offer at the top, 3 and 1. Before we descend down to Biescas, and then we make our way through the valley onto the climb of the Aramon Formigal to the town of San de Callego. Riders still trying to get more gloves on. In the team cars, you've talked about this a few days ago, but worth just covering it again for anyone who hasn't seen this. The riders we see going back to team cars looking for more clothing, different jackets, but they have to prepare this in the morning, don't they, before the race starts?
Yeah, I'd even say even the evening before. So in each of the team cars, riders will have a wet bag which will have their name on, and the mechanics, they'll be the person in the car who will manage and take care of those bags. Each bag will be labelled with gilet or rain cape on one side. They'll have spare shoes in there. One section of the bag will be labelled gloves and overshoes. So they've got a complete change of kit if they need it, and that the wet bag will be in the car whether it's bad weather or not. Even on the hot days, maybe a change of jersey or undervest. Sorry, if they need it, they might start without an undervest. Decide they want something else, so they'll always have a change or different items of clothing within the team car. They'll generally radio through to the sports director, radio through to the team car. I'd like to take my gilet, I'm getting a little bit cold, or I'd want a thicker jacket and a new pair of gloves because my gloves at the moment are soaking wet, my hands are getting cold, and I want something to put on that's more dry. It'll give the mechanic an opportunity to get out the items of clothing from the wet bag, and then the rider will drop back and collect that. So yeah, make it as easy and as fluid as possible.
And then after the race, the soigneurs pick those up and do the laundry, either in the team truck most of the time.
Yeah, always the teams are doing their washing in their own vehicles. Very, very rarely will they ever use, the hotel laundry. So they'll all take care of everything themselves, and they know that the washing machine is clean inside, and in times like this, obviously very, very important. But yeah, all those items of clothing will be washed, dried, put back into the wet bags, and ready to go for the next days.
And the riders, I see them sometimes walking through the team hotels, or before coronavirus times, because we don't hardly see any riders at the moment around hotels or whatever, because we're in totally different places because of bubbles, but we see them with these string bags full of kit.
Yeah, so every rider has a laundry bag, and it's got their name on, netted bag. They'll put all the kit from after that stage. They'll generally, once they get changed on the bus, it'll go straight into that netted bag, got the name on it. They'll give it to the soigneur, and then the washing will be done inside there. And then once it's washed, dried, the soigneur will deliver it back to the riders into their hotel room, so they can pack the bag for the following day.
Nice and slick. The teams have all got their buses, they've got trucks. Some of them have kitchen trucks and offices and everything else. Some of the team buses are pretty impressive. The likes of Ineos with a really impressive team bus, but so have UAE Emirates. Their bus is really nice inside now. But the buses can be anything up to somewhere between 600,000 to nearly £1 million just for the buses, for the fit out, because of the power needs, the showers and everything like that. They are really a mobile changing room, hotel, everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's your home away from home, isn't it? Each rider on a Grand Tour will have their own place on the bus as well, which, I think they'll like to be in a certain chair, and it'll just be that every day they go to that chair on the bus. They'll, never really change it about. But I think it's important, as you said, it's always a specific fit out for the buses. Bigger and better generators. Think of all the power that's having to go through the bus. That with the washing machines, maybe they've got a tumble dryer, the coffee machines, the showers. Within the mechanics truck, you might have a couple of washing machines inside there. They've got the pressure, tire pressure. There's lots of things going on, and what they need. I think that you've got so much on the road with you. You don't want to have any problems. You really have got the best kit in the world at this race right now. We're at the top of professional cycling. It's the best of the best for in every department.
No doubt about it. The more you talk about it, the more I think we could have one, because then we might get more sleep.
We need to hire a driver for that.
That's very true.
Send in your CVs to us at Twitter, at Espana Walker, at @McCrossan. Must provide good banter. Unlike ours.
And be good at navigating, but we haven't gone wrong yet. Touch wood.
Touch wood. We're good map readers.
We're doing all right so far. Although our Skoda car has got its own mind about it, and every 10 minutes asks us if it would like us to do something for it. It asks us if we need anything. And then when we ask, it doesn't reply.
It's teasing us.
50.5 kilometres to go. 9.9 kilometres to go to the top of the mountain. 3 minutes 59 seconds is the lead for our group of riders. In the leading group, many top names looking for the stage victory, but also thinking about time. Gorka Izagirre in particular looking for the time to try and take as much as possible, because he is moving himself up in the classification, and at the moment is the virtual red jersey of this Vuelta a España. One thing you didn't mention for the team buses, of course, the coffee machine.
Well, yeah, I mentioned how much they use in electricity, but yeah, all the teams will have a good, high-quality coffee machine. Most important thing, and A.G. Smith agrees. He said the buses are worth nearly £1 million, and then you have to add the coffee machines. The most important thing on a bus, and I'm sure a lot of riders, and we already know how important coffee is to riders. A lot like to spend a lot of time perfecting their latte art and finding the best beans around the world. Of course, they're travelling around the world to all the different and various places, trying out the different coffee, and some become real connoisseurs.
Yeah, the coffee machine, ultra important at the moment for riders. They love their coffee. I'm very pleased to see that you're keeping up with the sponsorship of World Cycling. Hannes Segafredo has just arrived here in the commentary box. 49.8 kilometres to go. Thanks very much for joining us. This is stage 6 of the Vuelta a Espana. 4 minutes now the advantage for the leading group. It's going up even further. A reminder then that Gorka Izagirre lies 3:37 down on the general classification. He's the virtual red jersey as we continue this stage. I wonder whether Astana have totally planned this with Gorka and Jon Izagirre in this front group, knowing that Jon Izagirre will completely sacrifice himself for his brother to win today's stage and to take the red jersey. Is this predetermined? Because right now Jumbo-Visma are now needing a little bit of help from the team of Israel Startup Nation, the team of Dan Martin. So we've got the first 2 riders on general classification, Dan Martin and Primoz Roglic, asking for their riders to chase. Did Astana plot this, or is this just opportunism?
Could be a bit of a mix of both, because as we saw, how hard it was to get into that breakaway. It wasn't an easy feat for any of these riders. A lot of action. If any of you didn't see just how hard and how many attempts it took at the start of today's stage to make the breakaway, I think comes with having to position yourself in the right place, right time. Also, wanting to get into the breakaway, and I think nice that we've got 2 brothers in the breakaway. They'll certainly sacrifice for each other. But I think also means that we spoke about before, putting yourself out towards the front. If the race does come back together, you're already in that first part of the move. Maybe if they haven't got that immediate acceleration to go with the likes of Roglic and Dan Martin, put yourself up there for the final climb. Put yourself into a better position in the lower slopes as well, because as we said, although the foothills of the final climb is only 14.4 kilometres, we have a lot of climbing to do before then.
The conditions we're seeing now today for the race favourites, and when we look at the top 6 riders, Roglic, Dan Martin, Carapaz, Enric Mas, Hugh Carthy, Sepp Kuss. These riders will be as cold as anyone else, but they have to come out and fight on this final climb of the day. So the body could react in different ways. Dan Martin, I don't think, will worry about the cold. I wouldn't have thought Hugh Carthy will worry about the cold. Primoz Roglic, probably not, will not worry about the cold at all. But there could be riders in there who might react in a slightly different way. But you kind of look at Richard Carapaz and think he's not going to like the rain and the cold, but it's quite wet in Ecuador most of the time. So for me, the top 6 riders will be able to deal with the conditions. Maybe Enric Mas is the only one who will not enjoy this sort of climb in the pouring rain. Having grown up in Mallorca, you don't really get cold, gritty days so much there compared to growing up in the UK, Dan Martin and Hugh Carthy, growing up in Ecuador, Richard Carapaz, Primoz Roglic was a ski jumper in Slovenia. We're talking about people who don't mind cold, damp, wet conditions. Yeah,
I mean, Enric Mas is a slight bike rider as well, but I mean, likewise with Hugh Carthy. Hugh Carthy comes from Preston in the north of England. So yeah, very used to these weather conditions.
It's unusual if it's sunny.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, very, very used to these conditions. But I think, you know, over the years really of riders being professional bike riders, and along with the equipment, the kit that they're able to use, the developments on that side, you know, there's no reason why. But you know, some riders feel the cold more than others. I mean, it's just how it is. It's just the way people are personally as well.
This peak then at 2,314 metres. This is the peak just in front of us, which is shrouded now in mist and cloud. You can see the cloud on the back of it. And it's just going to draw in even more. I'd be quite surprised if the helicopter is able to get too many shots when we get back up here on the mountain. I think we'll rely totally on the motorbikes, and we hope that we can see the riders coming all the way up here to the top. But that Peña Fortata, located 2,329 metres above sea level and standing over Salent de Gallego and Formigal, where we are heading for the end of today's stage.
I think, speaking of you know, the cold weather, this is also where the soigneurs really come into their own to be at different points along the route to deliver hot tea to the riders to warm them up. Maybe tea bag with maybe a sugar or two inside as well, just for the extra bit of energy.
(6,600 metres to the top. Murray Chittick hasn't seen any bare hands of riders in this race, but Leonard Hofstede only wearing mitts, not with the full gloves on. We're getting lots of applications to be our driver. The only thing we don't have is the bus. That's a bit of an issue right now.
Need to find someone who can lend us one for a Grand Tour.
Exactly.
Any offers, you can send in your CVs for that as well.
Quinton Jarugi on the front, setting the tempo. He won't mind the cold. He's a cyclocross rider. He's used to the mud, the rain and everything else. He looks like he's pretty happy in this breakaway. Let's just run through the breakaway for you yet again, just to be sure you know who's here, because we haven't seen anyone drop off, succumb to the pace yet. Mattia Cataneo of De Kooning Quickstep. Remy Cavagna also in there for that team. He started the breakaway. Rui Costa, Sergio Henao, Rob Power, Michael Storer and Jascha Soeterlin of the team of Sunweb. Gorka and Joni Zagire of Astana. Dylan Van Baarle of Ineos Grenadiers. Magnus Cort Nielsen and Michael Woods of EF Pro Cycling. Quinton Jarugi of Agi Desert Le Mondial. George Zimmerman of CCC. Cofidis have three riders: Guillaume Martin, Victor Lefay, Pierre-Luc Perichon. Michael Volgren of NTT, Jörg Gakas and Carlos Verona of Movistar. Jonathan Hiver of Total Direct Energy. Julian Amasqueta of Caja Rural and Oscar Cabedo of the team of Burgos BH in that front group of riders. The last 10 minutes, the riders have been climbing. The average speed of the front group, 27.5 kilometres an hour. The peloton, 22.9. So the peloton not chasing yet. They are just holding the pace. As Israel Startup Nation draw off the front and Jumbo-Visma take over again. Leonard Hofstede, the rider on the front. Third appearance at the Vuelta. 25-year-old Dutch rider from the Jumbo-Visma team. He's done a lot of work today. Him and Paul Martins have been the real stars of this Jumbo-Visma squad over the last few days, sitting on the front all of the time. Also, Jonas Vingegaard in his first Grand Tour. He's been at the front a lot too. We're seeing the same riders doing a lot of the work in the front group. So Pierre-Luc Perichon there in the black rain cape, Remy Cavagna, George Zimmerman for the CCC team, a young rider sitting in the group, enjoying being in this breakaway group. And only 4,400 metres to go to the top of this second climb of the day. before we descend down to the race start again in Biescas and then start the final climb to decide who is going to take the red jersey at the end of stage number 6. Primož Roglič has set things out and said, I want to hold the red jersey all the way to Madrid. That's his aim. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, big statement, but I think as well he's, you know, Sepp Kuss is not far behind in the general classification either. His teammate who's been doing a tremendous job, only 44 seconds in arrears. I think as well, you know, Roglič is saying, you know, we're having fun here. As long as one of us goes home with the Maya Rocco, that's the most important thing for Jumbo-Visma. Of course, he'd love to win it. He'd love to defend the overall leader's jersey and take it back-to-back after winning it last year in Madrid. But, you know, I think, you know, it's doable for Primož Roglič, the way they're riding so far throughout, you know, the whole team with Paul Martins, Leonard Hofstede, and, you know, for the really hard, grippy parts of the high mountains, with George Bennett and Sepp Kuss, the way they're riding, you know, Roglič looking in a very, very strong position. But I think that's actually quite nice to hear. You know, as long as one of us wins it from the team, I don't mind. Of course, he'd love to win it, but that's, you know, a real team spirit there, that as long as the team gets that jersey, goes home with it at the end of the 3 weeks, that's the most important thing on the agenda.
Over the last few months, we've got to know Primož Roglič a little bit more. Initially, he was referred to as the former ski jumper, but there's a lot to this guy. There's a lot to him as far as being an athlete is concerned. I think it's right to say he's a former ski jumper because he was a world-level ski jumper. But he has turned himself from being a world-class ski jumper into a world-class bike rider over a 5-6 year period. But what we're also seeing over the last couple of months, particularly during the Tour de France and after the Tour, with Tadej Pogačar beating him on that penultimate day, it's seeing a guy who's still learning his sport, but also is able to be a very classy sportsman in defeat and learn from it. So you look at the Tour de France, he had to congratulate a young rider from his own country as the first Slovenian to win the Tour when it looked nailed on that he was going to win the Tour. Then now you see that his interviews are different to what they were during the Tour de France. He's already learning. He'll make him an even better rider, and I would worry if I was a rider in the peloton. I
think that's just a sign of a real true professional, that, you know, you never stop learning. Every day is a school day. You never stop. You never rest on your laurels. You know, it's, you know, an amazing attribute to have as well, that you're able, you know, in such a moment when, you know, you've come so close to winning the Tour de France overall, that, you know, you still have the sportsmanship to congratulate, you know, your countrymen, or, you know, someone who's just taken the lead, snatched it from, you know, the day before. You know, real heartbreak. But, you know, I think that's you know, a real true testimony to him as a professional bike rider, and the fact that, you know, his meteoric rise in this sport, and how, you know, he's come from, you know, a different sport, from world-class level. But it's just because he's been at a world-class level before doesn't mean it's easy for him to do it in a different sport. You know, the amount of things you have to learn, not necessarily just the physical side of things in cycling, but actually more the technical aspects of being able to handle a bike, being able to ride within a peloton who are all fighting and jostling for position, because it's very, very difficult how to deal with the pressure, you know, the narrow sections of road, the ever-changing way that, you know, that the peloton is racing and riding, you know, the tactical aspects as well. And knowing how to race a bike race, you could be the strongest person in the race, but tactically, if you don't have it, you know, ultimately it's going to make it very, very hard for you to win bike races.
But he's learning all the time, as we see the peloton wind their way through this countryside, through Linas de Broto. 42.8 kilometers to go, 2,200 meters to go to the top of this climb. And Izagirre, jacket undone, climbing to the top. He's getting ready to zip that jacket up for the descent. Arcas near the front too. Talking about learning as we reach the top of the penultimate climb of the day. Dave Brailsford gave that interview as the principal of Ineos before the Giro d'Italia started, and he said that after the Tour de France, because Roglic and Pogačar had shown them something else, and he said, we need to go back and start to plan for 2021. We had our heads down. We didn't know what the other teams were doing. But now do you think he might well have changed his view? Because he potentially could be about to finish either first or second in the Giro d'Italia. Richard Carapaz is now third overall. Does he need to go back to the drawing board, or does he need to just have a review to make his team even better?
I think looking at cycling, professional cycling at the minute, and just looking at how young riders are winning big races. Look at Tadej Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel, the likes of Theo Gegenhardt and Jai Hindley at the Giro right now. I think it's becoming a real young riders sport. Egan Bernal as well to add to that list. So I think they need to nurture that talent coming through as well, and not kind of overlook them. That think, okay, you need some more years of experience and to learn. Actually, some of these bike riders are very capable of winning the biggest bike races in the world at a very young age. And I think, why wait for it as well? You really need to give them the opportunities.
Yeah, because otherwise that traditional 5 years, learn, be there, that doesn't happen anymore. They can't have that happen anymore, because a rider won't sign for the team either. They'll be like, well, I need my opportunity. I'm only 20, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think, the riders will start to be looking at what has happened over the last couple of years and say, I'm a bike racer, I want to win, I'm a winner, have that mentality, I know how to win, give me the opportunities. I don't want to spend the first, 5 to 6, 7 years of my career just learning from the older riders and wait for my opportunity. I want to be doing it now, and I think, we've seen that come through. A rider we were speaking about before was Kenny Elissonde, who's with Trek Segafredo. Had so much promise, but hasn't, went to Team Ineos or Team Sky formerly and never really kind of cracked what I think he was potentially capable of.
Well, look at the performance of him the last time. We came up to Aramon Formigal. He finished fourth in that stage, a stage won by Gianluca Brambilla of the Ethics team at that time, now De Kooning Quick-Step. I think you're right. You've got to give these riders their chances. Hello to a few people, to Lauren Kitchen, to Bill Quinn. Thanks for your messages. The Jumbo-Visma team are heading towards the top of the Puerta de Cote Fablo, which is a 13.5-kilometre climb. We're almost at the top now. The breakaway group being driven a lot by Remy Cavagna, Mattia Cataneo, those two riders near the front, also by George Zimmerman of the CCC team. Quentin Jarugi is also at the front from time to time, and Izagirre is also trying to drive this on, because we're now right on the borderline. 1 second is the difference now on the road between Gorka Izagirre and Primož Roglic. Guillaume Martin now looking for the mountain points. He scored 3 points on the last mountain, which puts him on 10. The tally of Tim Bellens is 19 points. 5 points on offer now, 3 and 1 for the first 3 riders across the line. So now we're going to see a little acceleration. Guillaume Martin's not going to be very happy with this, as he now chases this down and he decides to go. And in fact, the rider from Sunweb lets him go to the front. Guillaume Martin, clever to that, goes over the top, and he now is on 15 points. Over the top of the Puerta de Cote Fablo, second category climb, Guillaume Martin takes maximum points. .41 kilometres to go. Now it's downhill, down towards Biescas, and then the final climb all the way to the top of Aramon Formigal. That's the top of the final climb, the first category climb, 1,790 metres above sea level is where the riders are heading to complete today's stage. Jumbo-Visma with the youngster Jonas Vingard on the front, doing all the work. Left-hand side, we see the arrival now of more of the favourites. David Gaudu heading towards the top of the climb. So is Dan Martin. And time now as the riders take the musettes on board, which will have an extra rain jacket in it. Looks like Jumbo-Visma taking jackets on board here.
Yeah, these musettes looking very, very heavy. That they've just been handed up by the soigneurs at the side of the road. So you'll see now they'll start to share out those rain jackets. You just see just a little bit how hard it is as well with the weight. They get it over the shoulder, over the top of the head. See Tourmalet just struggling to get more hot tea out of the musette to hand up to his teammates. But again, you know, making it look very, very easy to be able to take a musette from the side of the road. It's extremely difficult.
I'll always remember we were involved a few years ago with Endura, which became NetApp Endura, and we had a number of young riders. We see Jascha Soetelen coming flying down the descent yet again. Total risks. He doesn't mind the wet at the moment. I can always remember the team were invited to the Haute Var, which is a really tough French bike race. Got an invite to that race, and they had some young riders in the group of riders who rode. And on the first day, Scott Thwaites, who now is a teammate of Mathieu van der Poel in the Alpecin Phoenix team, had a really bad crash in the feed zone. And he was cut, elbows, knees, everything, continued in the race. And at the end of the stage, he was asked what happened. And he said, I've never taken a musette, ever, in a race. Because in the British races he'd been in, the races were shorter. They never took musettes. They always took the food they needed with them. He predominantly looked after himself. He was suddenly in a big team, and no one had ever thought to ask, have you taken a musette?
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, one of these things that, you know, you never think to practice or, you know, do on a training camp, a team training camp, or even just to perfect the skill. You kind of just expected to know how to do it, to pick it up and do it the first time. And sometimes, you know, we have seen it cause some problems. Even just last week, a rider from Bora Hansgrohe, Gregor Mühlberger, had a musette. He threw it to the side. Big mistake. He threw it from his right-hand side to the left. The strap of the musette caught his handlebars, and he went crashing in, I think it was, I want to say Gent-Wevelgem, I think. So you just see, you know, there's things that you should and shouldn't do with a musette, and that, you know, it can be quite dangerous.
It can be very dangerous, which is why you need to practice it. And then you see riders like Mikhail Kwiatkowski, for example, in Ineos, able to take 3 at a time, put them over his shoulder, hand them out. Not easy. The skills are all important. And we're seeing more and more teams do skills training because riders may not have those skills. I know, for example, during the lockdown period, Sunweb did loads of skills training with their younger riders. All sorts of things. Mad things like just riding around picking bottles up off the ground, just to give them more ability on the bike and not to worry about leaning over.
Yeah, well, you know, they're in a very fortunate position. They have the Team Sunweb Keep Challenging Centre in the Netherlands, and just nearby they have the Tom Dumoulin cycling park, which, you know, they can use that to do their practice sessions, the skill sessions. It's off-road, there's no cars to worry about, and I think, you know, very wise and very important. I'm not quite sure if maybe that idea potentially came from Matt Winston, their sports director. He was formerly a talent team coach at ODP, coach in British cycling.
Here's just a quick recap. Guillaume Martin has taken another 5 points. Stora took 3. Amos Queta took 1. Tim Wellen still the leader. We're not seeing Guillaume Martin on that leaderboard yet, but he's getting closer. Coming back to Matt Winston again.
Yeah, Matt was a coach in the Olympic Development Programme for British cycling, and also at the talent team. So that's the talent team is for 14 to 16-year-olds, the ODP for 16 to 18-year-olds. And they always did a lot of skill sessions with the riders to help them learn how to move through a big bunch, how to, you know, bike handling skills, pick up bottles. So I'm not sure, maybe Team Sunweb, they've adopted that. He's brought that idea in, and they've been doing that with the younger riders and their women's squad as well. So I think, all important, make it easier for yourselves in the bike race, when it all comes to, the point that matters.
Well, it's made the team draw together, if nothing else, and they have produced incredible results since the end of that lockdown period. Sunweb, without doubt, the changed team, I would say. We're seeing one rider going clear. This looks like Gorky Zaguirre to me, through the murk of the camera lens. Going clear at the front of the race to just try and pull out this advantage. 3:37 is deficit on the red jersey. A wonderful job being done here by Gorky Zaguirre. And I think you're right in terms of skills. As we see here, the front of the peloton, Ineos Grenadiers keeping Richard Carapaz out of trouble. But the pace down here is pretty fast considering how wet the roads are. But sometimes completely wet roads are more sticky and better for you than damp roads that are drying out.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that also comes down to riders, their technical ability, their tyres, what tyre pressure they've got in as well. But I think Ineos Grenadiers would prefer to be just pushing the pace on a little bit more at the front rather than being caught up in any trouble in the middle of the peloton. You can already see some of the riders a little bit nervous on that descent. The gaps opening up there.
Gorky Zaguirre is starting to turn the screw on everybody. 33-year-old rider, stage winner in the Giro d'Italia. He lives 36 kilometres from Irun, which was the stage, around the stage finish on day number 1. So Gorky Zaguirre enjoying this stage today. As he heads his way up the next climb, he's gone solo to try and take the red jersey of the Vuelta Espana. Only 33 kilometres to go, and this is one of those days. We see now the team of Ineos, and I think Ineos are trying to put Jumbo-Visma under pressure. Andre Amador on the front. These are the roads that Ineos were ambushed on as Team Sky in 2016. Richard Carapaz in second wheel. Third wheel, one of the Trek Segafredo riders. Little gap back to the team of Movistar. And then Jumbo-Visma in a little more numbers, not in their normal one long line. So the team of Ineos are trying here to break away. And a little group of 3 riders now going clear on this descent, using their descending speed to very, very good effect. Look at the speed of Andre Amador as he makes his way down here.
Well, you can just see, the confidence of the Ineos Grenadiers and, really putting the pressure onto Jumbo-Visma. I think for them, the main priority is don't panic that they're starting to get away here. Don't want to take too many risks and really put yourself in a bad position, maybe potentially crash. But it is really putting the pressure on. 23 seconds now for Izaguirre to the other breakaway riders.
You'll notice through that corner, he went to cut it, realised there were double white lines and thought, I am not cutting those white lines. So he decided to stay right hand as he went through the corner. The speed now very much up. The rider on the front, putting the glasses down because there's so much spray that he needs to be able to see a little bit. Well,
you saw Amador have his glasses off, and you could just see, pulling faces, trying to close the eyes to stop all the spray from the motorbike going into the face and into the eyes. He decided to put his glasses on, but then your glasses start to, get spray on. You can't really see, so a lot of riders prefer to have the glasses just on the end of the nose, so it takes off the spray from the eyes. Means that you're still able to see over the top of them, but different, of course, there's lots of different lenses that riders are able to use from their various different sponsors, either clear lenses or lenses that make, brighten up the day if in dull weather like today.
Gorka Izagirre is a man on a mission. Stage number 6 of this Vuelta a Espana. Before the start today, he was 3:37 down. Now he is trying to take the red jersey. It's a wonderful ride by him so far on today's stage. Started today 3:37 down, 19th overall, just ahead of David Gaudu. We see the skills of these descenders. Remember a couple of years ago, I was in Mallorca in January and I came across the Trek Segafredo team doing descending training on some of the mountains of Mallorca. And when I met them, I said, what are you doing? Because they had a descending coach with them. And they said, we need to find other ways where our riders can take time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, for riders, there's no point being, you know, the best, the fastest climber in the world, because what goes up must come down. If you're getting dropped on the descents, you're having to, you know, expend a lot of energy to get back if you lose the wheels on the descents. You know, it really is, you know, practice your and train for the climbs and, you know, your fitness, but essentially you all need to have, you know, the all-round skills. I think back to, you know, Thibaut Pinot as well, who, you know, was never very confident as a descender. You know, had to work a lot on that skill.
And now he's a really strong descender because he's got his confidence. He knows how much you can lean the bike, how much speed you can take. He doesn't feel unsafe anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just taking that fear out of descending as well, and trying to you almost, you know, have to take your brain out and, you know, obviously be wise, not take too many risks, but actually, you know, take the fear out of your mind, not think about it too much. It's very hard to do, but I think some of the younger riders, you know, sometimes are extremely good descenders because they're not quite sure of their limits yet.
We saw that with Marc Hirschi, didn't we, in the Tour de France, where he just didn't know his limit into one of the corners. He said he had different tyres on that day compared to other days, but we're seeing riders being able to descend very fast. The technology of tyres is getting better, the wheels, the brakes, and everything else. Thanks very much for joining us, taking the time to watch the Vuelta a Espana this afternoon. 28 kilometres to go, and Gorka Izagirre is solo at the front of this race today. He has a group of riders behind him. They're 41 seconds down. And Izagirre constantly getting into the super tuck, just trying to keep the pace as high as possible, trying to keep that low frontal area. See him breathing there. This is a really hard effort by Gorka Izagirre, rolling along at 62 kilometers an hour. Now gets the frontal area down as much as possible out of the super tuck, resting the forearms on the handlebars. Satch has just said, how hard is it to pedal in the super tuck? My advice, probably yours, is don't try it.
Yeah, anyone watching this at home, don't try it. It's you know, extremely tricky, and you know, it is very hard. It's in my opinion, it's difficult to pedal. I mean, I've tried it before in the past, and actually, you know, the pressure, you've got all your weight on your legs. Obviously, is, you know, excellent way of becoming aero and gaining more speed, getting into that super tuck and you know, becoming as fast as possible, using the you know, your position on the bike to your advantage on these fast sections of road where it's open. You know, Gorka's out on his own as well. You know, it's very, very difficult. Also, you know, you don't have as much control of the bike as well as if you do when you're, you know, in a normal position on a bike. So very, very tricky. Don't try it at home. These are professional bike riders. They're extremely experienced.
He's making it look a lot simpler than it is. For all those reasons that Hannah said. 26 kilometers to go now through the sprint in Biescas. The sprint has been taken by Gorka Izagirre. There he is. Unzips the jacket again, wasting a few watts of power. Izagirre now makes his way onto the first slopes of this climb. The final climb of the day, taking us to Salon du Gallego. This is the town at the top before we go on to the main rise, the last bit of the climb. We're going on to the Formigal. It's 14.5 kilometres, but there is really not much flat road or descent between now and the top of this climb. Izagirre, as you can see on the right-hand side, heading for red at this moment. He's 11 seconds ahead of Primoz Roglic as far as the virtual classification is concerned, as riders now start to get mopped up by the chasing group behind, and the peloton still at 3:48. Looks like Mattia Cattaneo has decided to try and extend the pace a little more. This chasing group has let Gorka Izagirre go, and they're finding it very hard to get anywhere near him. 36 seconds his lead. Sunweb are starting to chase now, and they need to. They have 3 riders in the chasing group, and they have let one Astana rider go up the road. And you really don't let someone with the experience of Gorka Izagirre, 33-year-old Spanish rider, go up the road and get this sort of distance, because for him, he's still looking superb. Look at the cadence, look at the poise, look at the way he's pedaling. He's very strong indeed today. He looks intent. Keeps looking down just at that screen in front of him. That'll be telling him all sorts of information, Hannah, won't it? What sort of info on the power, on his meter in front of him? Power and other things?
Yeah, you'd have, you know, maybe your cadence, also, you know, your heart rate. You probably have the GPX file of the stage uploaded onto your bike computer, so you can see just where you are on the course. You'll have probably as well your stem stickers as well, with all the most important points of the stage.
So he can actually flick through and see what the way the road is coming up, what is ahead of him.
Yeah, on the bike computer, you can look down then and see. You know, I think the biggest advantage now of being able to upload the GPX files to the computer is to know descents, because you can see how tight a corner is. You know, do you have to brake for this one? Can you just, you know, let yourself run free through the corner? So, you know, all this advanced technology that the riders are able to learn the information. Of course, some of these riders will never have ridden on these roads before, so to get that little bit of advantage, you know, yeah, they'll have their power data on the screen, heart rate, distance, time of how long they've been racing for. So yeah, you just be able to take a little look down at the information. I think, you know, when you're in a position like this, like Gorka Izagirre, you won't be thinking too much about the data on the screen. You know, essentially, you're going for the stage victory now. There's no point looking at your power data and thinking, oh, this is above my threshold, or this is, you know, too much for me right now. Essentially, you need to go, you know, everything you've got now, with only 24 kilometres remaining. You know, the gap to the peloton isn't actually decreasing, but actually, you know, he's keeps bringing out a few seconds here and there to the group behind. But I think, you know, don't think too much about the power files on the screen. It's not like you're in a time trial where you can really ride at a conserved pace and really judge it and you know, work to a schedule.
30 seconds is lead on the chasing group. Peloton now being led by Israel Startup Nation, and also Movistar there at the front. Katie said pedaling on the top tube requires huge core strength, lots of flexibility, and it's one of the reasons why Peter Sagan does those intense core workouts. I think you're right, and in order to hold the bike and be able to ride like that requires real talent. As far as things are concerned right now, the riders are equal on time as far as the virtual classification is concerned. Gorka Izagirre now goes back 2 seconds ahead of Primož Roglic in the virtual classification of this Vuelta a España. He's got 23 kilometres to go. Talk us through the run-in to today's finish. What has he got ahead?
Yeah, well, this final part, the road is slightly uphill. It's not part of the classified section of the climb. That starts at 14.4 kilometres to go. There's nothing really too technical about the run-in today at all. There's not really any, tight or pinch points or, demanding technical roundabouts to consider. With around 3 kilometres to go, the riders take a left turn from a wide road to 3 lanes wide. They turn left and it's onto a single track road, and that's where the climb really starts and the gradient starts to kick up. Several switchbacks up the climb, and it's very, very open, although I don't think the wind is going to particularly play a part in the finish today. The sections from around 2 kilometres to 1 kilometre to go, very, very steep indeed, ever-changing gradient. In the last 200 metres, it looks like it flattens off. It still starts to climb, but it's only around 5% gradient to the finish. And from around 150 metres to go, you can start to see the finish line. So get a good look at the finish line, but it's not a climb where you're going to start to open up too early.
He puts his radio in again just to hear what's going on. If he can get himself now back up on the general classification into week number 2, this is really good news for Astana.
Yeah, it really puts you back into the frame of things, into contention. But I think with 22 kilometres to go, I think that gap will start to come down. Obviously, the peloton don't actually consider him as an overall favourite for this Grand Tour at all, because otherwise, if they did and they thought he was a threat, he would never have been allowed this amount of time out front. And even from the get-go, when the breakaway formed, alarm bells would have been ringing in the team cars behind of, he's only 3 minutes 37 behind. We need to start to close the gap on this breakaway and nullify it. So I think obviously they don't think he's going to be a contender after 18 stages.
For me, they would have been riding Astana with Vlasov, but we know Vlasov has been sick before this race. But this move by Gorky Izagirre, and okay, he can lose a lot of time on the last section of this mountain, but for me this move is perfect for Astana. Why wouldn't they go with Gorky Izagirre to try and win, put himself into a top position in the Vuelta a España? He's a really tough bike rider. He's won the Tour de la Provence, he's won stages in the Giro. He can win the stage, but he can also put himself well in the top 10 and then start to become a danger.
I think for Astana, when it became apparent that Alexander Vlasov, wasn't on form, he wasn't able to follow those moves on the first few stages, you have to reassess and go back to the drawing board and think of what is our tactic going to be for this Vuelta a España now. We've dropped out of contention for the overall classification, but now Gorka Ezegir taking his chances, riding himself back into potentially an overall placing. But it just depends on how much time he's going to lose in those final parts. It does start to get very, very steep as we start to see 4 riders. I'm just wondering if they're off the back of the peloton here.
Just having a look down at the group here. I'm not certain which group this is, but there is a chase going on with Jumbo-Visma, and one of the riders looks like Roglic to me. Just trying to see who it is. This is at the back of the group, through the murk of the camera. Primož Roglic in the red helmet. He's at the back of the peloton. I don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, definitely had a problem. He's trying to get back on. He's got a teammate with him, but unable to hold the wheel. I'm not sure if that's also Stevie Williams of Bahrain McLaren, one of the 4 riders off the back of the peloton there. So obviously damage has been done on the descent from the Ineos Grenadiers earlier on. Maybe actually they're just working their way back into the frame of things.
Well, we'll see if we can pick up any information on what's happened to Primož Roglič. But at this moment in time, Roglič looks to me to be at the back of the group. Did he have a puncture? Did he have a problem? Jumbo-Visma are trying here to bring this race back together for Primož Roglič. I saw Robert Hessink on the left-hand side of the group trying to get himself into contention here to bring Roglič back. Is Roglič now at the back of this peloton? I'm just looking to see who he's with. Clearly there was an issue or a problem. We've not picked up anything on Radio Tour, nothing on any of the updates we've had. All we managed to see was a problem here for the red jersey. Is he going to get himself back to the front? Meanwhile, 20 kilometres to go. "16 seconds. And Guillaume Martin now has decided to try and jump across to Gorka Izagirre. No surprises, and if he does get there, that would be a great ally to have. Other riders starting to suffer on this climb. Movistar on the front of the peloton. Israel Startup Nation also there. Still no information on where Primož Roglič is. The average speed today, 42 kilometers an hour. Just trying to see, Roglič is coming back to the peloton, but we don't get any more shots of him yet. The cameras are just trying to find where Roglič is, having worked his way back into the peloton. We're trying to get some information. Where is he? There is one of the Jumbo-Visma riders. Further up the group, Roglič is there with the red helmet on. And is he with Dan Martin, or is he further behind? That's the question right now. Is Roglič in the right position in this group? It looks like he's got himself back, Hannah, just looking down.
Yeah,
yep, he's got himself back, but he had a problem.
Yeah, he did. Just hearing on Radio Tour that on that descent, the speed from Team Movistar and the Ineos Grenadiers on the front on the descent, that split the peloton into two, and Jumbo-Visma were on the wrong side of that split. Primož Roglič has rode himself there. There we can see he's back into the peloton, the front with Ineos Grenadiers and Movistar. But he's had a long old chase. He had George Bennett with him. George Bennett was the rider to help Roglič back into the peloton. At one point, Roglič was 20 seconds behind with 22 kilometres to go. So a real moment of panic for Roglič, with only George Bennett with him. So it just shows you, why it's so important. As we were speaking before, how being able to descend, your technical ability, not just able to go uphill fast, but also to be able to handle the bike in these wet conditions, and also be able to push the pace at the front, as Movistar did and Ineos Grenadiers.
Roglič isn't a rider we've normally seen have any troubles on descents, but clearly something happened. But Amador and Carapaz were really pushing the pressure, pushing the pace on that descent, and Roglič losing 20-odd seconds. We didn't hear it on Radio Tour. We didn't have any shots of him either. But noticeably, Ineos and Team Sky, as they were, have learnt from the 2016 Vuelta, stage 15, where Chris Froome was ambushed. Today, they've tried to ambush Primož Roglič. It hasn't worked. Roglič has come back. 17.9 kilometres to go.
I think this is the first time we've seen Roglič, have a weakness actually in this year's Vuelta a España. He's been so dominant and strong in all the different various terrains, but as soon as the bad weather's come on the fast descent and the pace being pushed at the front, just showing He wasn't able to follow those wheels. And Jumbo not seeming as strong as Ineos or Movistar to help bring him back at this moment in time. He only had George Bennett with him, so all the work done earlier on in the stage from Leonard Hofstadter and Jonas Vingegaard.
17 kilometres to go. 20 seconds for Izagirre to the second group on the road. 3:14 now to the peloton, which has been in a bit of disarray because of Roglic. That's going to take the sting out of the chase of Jumbo-Visma, because they've had to already do so much work on the front, on the back, to bring Primož Roglic back into the race. So they will already now be thinking, we've got sore legs, we've been chasing hard. They may not do as much chasing as they would have done if everything had been under control.
Well, looking at that peloton, I'm not quite sure how many of the Jumbo-Visma riders have actually made it back into the front of the peloton. That's another question. You don't want to, if Roglic has only got George Bennett for help, he certainly doesn't want to put him to work to try and do all the chasing on his own. We can see one Jumbo-Visma rain cape just towards the back of this peloton, but at the moment can't see any others.
Let's see how this race unfolds. 16 kilometres to go. We're almost on the classified part of the climb, which is 14.5 kilometres of racing. Just to update you then, the situation, Gorka Izagirre leads. Behind him is a group of around 20 riders who've been with him for the entire day. He broke away on his own. Then the peloton, which is diminished massively in numbers at 3:16, led by Movistar predominantly, also Israel Startup Nation and Ineos Grenadiers, with Roglic having just fought his way back into the group. The first scare for the red jersey. Movistar now seeing some of their riders come back. They're getting ready to set things up. They've got a great position overall, with Enric Mas lying at the moment 4th overall. Marc Soler 9th overall. Alejandro Valverde 11th overall. They have cards to play in this Vuelta a España, and now they are starting to up the tempo. They've brought back one rider from the front group, and the entire team now is on the front of this Vuelta a España peloton. This is the chasing group, diminished massively in numbers. No longer 20-odd riders in here, just a few are left. This climb continues now. There is no flat road after this little descent here. After this, things will start to just go uphill. 15 kilometres remain on stage 6. Gorka Izagirre, is he going to hold on? Is he not?
Well, it's looking very promising for him at the moment. You can obviously start to see it's Movistar who want to try and close the gap. It's not long to get, with only 15 kilometres to go, to try and close a 3 minutes and 18-second gap is, you know, they've got their work cut out. And with no help from Jumbo-Visma at the front of the peloton, going to make it very, very difficult indeed.
Gorka Izagirre, 3:37 down, now 3:16 is the gap back to this peloton. There's going to be a real race within a race here now. Race for time for Gorka Izagirre and the stage win, but only 14 seconds is advantage on the chasers, and then it's all about the favourites. So Dan Martin second at 5 seconds, Carapaz at 13, Enric Mas at 32 seconds, Carthy at 38, Sepp Kuss at 44.
What we've got to remember is, you know, Gorka Izagirre has been out, you know, front in the breakaway. He then decided to go alone just inside 30 kilometres remaining. So, you know, it's been a long, hard old day out there for him. You know, how much energy, you know, has he spent? Or, how much energy has the peloton saved from, you know, being in the slipstream of each other? They have, you know, a lot more explosion and horsepower behind, if they want to start to close that gap, when they really start to turn it on, you know, it can be done. And let's not forget how hard the finish is and how demanding it is. It's very, very steep, the final 2 kilometres. And as you said, there's actually no respite. There's no descent, there's no flat sections now. You know, from here on in, we're constantly climbing. It might not be steep the whole way, but it certainly takes the sting out the legs. And what has Gorka Izagirre got left?
Also, the road surface is horrendous. It's been resurfaced in parts, but only for sections of 50 metres or so. Apart from that, the road has got those ice cracks in it from the real cold. There are ruts, there are bits all over the place. It's steep 10% or more in little sections. It's not an easy climb for anybody, as Gorka Izagirre is, I think, about to be caught by the group led by Guillaume Martin, again at the front of the Vuelta a Espana for another day, as we see Pierre-Luc Perrichon and Victor Lefay there on the left-hand side, about to be caught by the peloton, being ridden now by Movistar.
I think also, you know, it'll come down to which riders have been continuously eating, refueling, you know, taking on fluids, taking on gels. It's very, you know, important to remember on days like today, especially, to make sure you're eating. You don't feel like it because of the cold, because of the wet. Sometimes, you know, in comparison to hot days where you're constantly reminded to, and you're constantly needing a drink because of the heat and the humidity. Sometimes riders forget to eat and drink on days like today because you feel like you don't need it. But days like today are the most important to refuel as well. You know, not just for today's stage, but how it's going to affect you on upcoming stages.
Luckily, they have a little rest day tomorrow, so there's a bit of time to recover, but they need to go out on the bikes tomorrow. They need to ride, as we see here, the second group, led at the moment by Mattia Cataneo of the Koenig Quick-Step. On his wheel is Michael Woods. Gorka Izagirre still maintaining this sitting down, riding in the saddle all the time, keeping the pace nice and high. He puts his radio in again. We're on the climb of Aramon Formigal. The change of the climb compared to the Col de Tourmalet. We can't go into France for the Vuelta a Espana. Thanks for joining us. If you've just joined us now, or you're keeping an eye on the Vuelta a Espana and on the Giro d'Italia today, the leading group are coming back to the lone escapee of Gorka Izagirre, with the peloton being led by Movistar at 2:52. This group is part of the original 23-rider breakaway that formed very early on today's stage. The riders have been flat out all day today trying to win this stage 6 before we go into the rest day tomorrow. Roglic had a little problem. He's now safely back, but I think he only has one or maybe two teammates because they had to use them up to bring him back to this group of riders. 12.5 kilometres remain to the top of this final climb of stage number 6. So today, don't forget, you can vote for your most combative rider of the day. Hannah, remind us the link and who the riders are to vote for.
So head to vuelta.la/combativo to vote for who you think deserves the most aggressive rider of the day. And the 3 riders that have been selected and who you can vote for is, of course, and well-deserved, Gorka Izagirre. We have MF Quetta and Oscar Cepedo of Burgos BH. They're the 3 riders you can vote for. So Gorka Izagirre of Astana, we have Julen Ahmed Quetta from Caja Rural and Oscar Cepedo from Burgos BH. Just head to vuelta.la/combativo to vote for those riders.
Yep, don't forget, vote for those riders now. Which rider do you want to be on the podium today as the most combative rider of the stage? Movistar getting ready to unleash. Maybe Marc Soler, maybe Enric Mas. The gap is down to now 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Roglic has had a problem today on that descent in the pouring rain, where Andre Amador and Carapaz tried to put him under pressure, and under pressure they did. As we make our way through the next town on the climb up to the ski station here at Formigal, the rain is falling. It's cold, it's wet, the clouds are almost touching the road. It is one of those days in the Vuelta a España where anything can happen. 12 kilometres to go now for our leader, as the chasing group see him just in front. On the back of the group there, Rob Power, the Australian rider. I'm sure he's hoping that his countryman Jai Hindley can win the Giro d'Italia. Jai Hindley underway now in that race. We won't give you the result, don't worry, here on this race, but I know many of you are keeping an eye on the two Grand Tours that are going on side by side. As the Giro comes to an end, the Vuelta is just getting started. 2:37 now, back to the peloton. The chances of Izagirre being in red tonight are going away. Now he needs to try and think about winning the stage. But it's been a wonderful day for this rider across these roads. Behind him, there are so many good riders. Dylan van Baarle is still here. Michael Woods is still here. So is Guillaume Martin. Don't discount the likes of Rui Costa. George Zimmerman is suffering a little bit at the back in the orange colours of CCC. Sorry about the little bit of picture breakup now, as we wait to see the riders making their way up this climb. This is the glacier on the top of the Pyrenees. And the glacier function, not the glacier itself. There isn't one. This is Peña Foratata, the glacier rocks that are up there on the top of the mountain. Has Roglic used up too much energy in that chase? Will these legs hurt? On the front, Movistar. Rojas and Valverde now trying to get a drink and a gel. Valverde takes a gel with 11 kilometres to go. He's trying to get some water out of those gloves. Jorge Izagirre, he's doing some right, isn't he? Staying away all the time from the front of this little chasing group. They've tried to get him, but still 11 seconds.
Yeah, he's certainly not making it easy for the chasers to catch him. He's not giving up this pursuit. He knows that he's got his brother just behind in this chasing group. Interesting to me, they've had Rui Costa and Sergio Henao from UAE Team Emirates in this breakaway all day. They've almost been anonymous throughout. Maybe just waiting for their moment to pounce and really make a move and go for stage glory.
Now that you've said that, I was thinking a few moments ago, we haven't even mentioned Rui Costa other than in passing today. He hasn't been anywhere near the front of the race. We haven't even seen him. He has literally just been in the group doing zero today.
Yeah, the both of them almost getting a little bit of a free ride in terms of, you know, in that front breakaway. But now, you know, they've saved so much energy. They've used the wheels in front of them. They're at the back end of the race now with 10 kilometres to go, and now this is the important part. You know, are they going to? They still have 2 minutes 40 on the chasing peloton, led by Movistar. You know, what are they going to try and do? Are they going to try and attack in the lower slopes? Both riders can climb very, very well. Sergio Henao from Colombia and Rui Costa from Portugal.
The other question is what's going to go on in this peloton. Are they going to attack? Has any rider got the legs to try and go away and win the red jersey away from Roglic? Is Dan Martin feeling good today? Can he take the red? Could Carapaz take the red? He's already put Roglic under pressure in this Vuelta a España stage as we go over the dam across this incredible reservoir. When we drove alongside here this morning, this was absolutely beautiful. Now it's you can hardly see the colours. It's much more grey. 9.7 kilometres to go on today's stage. 13 seconds still for Izagirre. He's not relenting at all, is he?
No, he's not, and he keeps every now and then taking a glance behind just to see where those riders are. But surprisingly, despite being 11 riders in that front group, 12 riders in the chasing group, sorry, they're not really working well together to try and close the gap to Gorka Izagirre.
There's our group. Catania, Cavagna, Costa, Henao, Power is in here, Stora's in here as well, Izagirre, Dylan van Baarle, Michael Woods, Zimmerman, Guillaume Martin, Michael Volgren. It's almost like they know they could bring him back if they wanted to, but they also don't want to show their hand too early.
Yeah, it's like make a conservative effort to start to close it down. Don't make any huge surges, but also, while having one eye thinking about the stage win, how are they going to be able to, outwit their rivals? A couple of teams in this front group have teammates to help them out, so they've obviously got a big advantage. The likes of the UAE team, Emirates, Astana, with Gorka out the front at the moment. Jon just behind, doesn't have to do any of the chasing, can just sit back, save the legs, follow the wheels. Surprising with Guillaume Martin when he had Victor Lefay and Pierre-Luc Perichon for Cofidis in the group with him, that he's actually lost those two helpers. So how's that going to affect him into the finale when he needs them most? Movistar have called back their two riders who were in the breakaway, Jorge Arcas and Carlos Verona.
That's a tactic that teams use all the time, isn't it? They put a rider up the road or two riders up the road, and then they wait. They can then use them. They can wait. They can ride in that front group a little bit more relaxed, wait, recover, come to the group, then start to ride really hard. There's a group here then. How many riders are in this group? Around about 12. 11 riders in the chasing group. So 11 riders in that chase. Izagirre still at the front here. This is the peloton, much smaller now in numbers, led by Movistar, still in the front. They must feel today that Enric Mas could win this, could take the jersey or score or take back some more time.
Yeah, they've obviously, got confidence within the team that otherwise they wouldn't have asked the two riders in the breakaway, Arcas and Verona, to drop back to help the team and help with the chase. They still have options to play. We've already seen on previous stages that Valverde isn't looking like his normal self, his normal explosive self, as what we would see on some of the climbing stages, or whether they be the longer climbs or even the shorter, sharp, punchier climbs. But Enric Mas not only looking to secure the young riders jersey, but looking and eyes firmly on the Mayo Rocco.
Izagirre looking like he's hardly even trying, and yet they still can't bring him back. Cavagna is now on the front, trying to close the gap. Izagirre onto this next steep little section as they make their way up to the top of this mountain, the revised mountain. It was supposed to be the Col de Tourmalet.
We can just see what the road conditions are like out here. We can see it's been highlighted to the riders. There's a lot of break up in the tarmac because of the cold conditions, and we are at going towards a ski resort. So we can just see the conditions on the road. The roads aren't very fast roads in terms of the actual the slickness of the tarmac, and that's very much the same for the final climb as well. When we walked the final kilometre this morning, that it's the roads are very, very grippy. They're very it's a harsh tarmac to deal with the cold weather conditions.
Yeah, the ruts on the road, the surface is terrible. It's a really, really tough finish to today's stage. Movistar on the front, leading the pace. with Jumbo-Visma sitting in the wheels. Marc Soler sitting third wheel. In front of him is Valverde. Here is Primož Roglic, our first chance to take a look at him. Roglic, to me, is not looking as good as he normally does. On the drops, trying to stay behind Tom Dumoulin. Esteban Chavez not too far behind.
Still got a lot of clothing on in comparison to Esteban Chavez as well. Got Dan Martin paying close attention to the wheel of Roglic.
I think if Martin senses at all that Primož Roglic is suffering, then he's going to attack. The same as Carapaz. He is going to try and go up the road and take this jersey. The front of the peloton then, led by Movistar. Here we go, the attack of Marc Soler. Soler starts to up the tempo now to try and break the will of the rest of the riders. Soler doing the job that he did a couple of days ago when he ultimately ended up winning the stage. Roglic, though, immediately onto the wheel. 7 kilometers to go. 11 seconds for Gorka Izagirre on the chasing group of 11. And suddenly that acceleration has cracked this race completely. Riders all over the place. And we're looking here to see the riders got so many rain capes on and everything that suddenly we are seeing riders being distanced. Soler is getting rid of riders here. On the wheel, Roglic not too far behind. Dan Martin on the wheel of Roglic. Enric Mas is safely there. Esteban Chavez is also there. But there are riders who are in the gaps and they're unable to go with the moves. 1:55 now for Izagirre as Marc Soler swings across the road. 7 kilometers, just under 7 kilometers now remain on this stage. Izagirre caught by Guillaume Martin. Ion Izagirre on his wheel. Catania of De Koenig Quickstep. Michael Vaughan is also there for NTT. So is Michael Woods. Jumbo-Visma take control now with George Bennett on the group of the red jersey. Esteban Chavez on the right-hand side. Problem here. And an issue for Gino Mada. And now we see more moves. And this comes from the group of favourites. And a big attack here from David de la Cruz. De la Cruz going clear. De la Cruz at the moment is lying 12th overall. De la Cruz looking strong as he tries to go away from the race. Remember, De La Cruz was 5th on the stage that finished here in Formigal on the day that Chris Froome was ambushed in the Vuelta a Espana. De La Cruz 2:31 down on the general classification. 6 kilometers to go inside the final 6. De La Cruz looking strong still with leg warmers on. These riders, it's so cold on this climb. 7 kilometers to go for the group, the peloton we'll call it, the group of favourites. .141. Rob Power looking good now for Team Sunweb, up near the front wearing number 41. this group of riders looking for this stage win. Guillaume Martin, can he turn around his place of yesterday to a stage victory today? Rui Costa starting to look more sprightly, the former world champion. He thrives in these conditions. UAE starting to work now with Sergio Henao on the front, flicks the elbow. Rob Power of Australia makes his way through to do a little bit of pace-making. Michael Volgren, he's also there. 4,800 metres to go. Now they turn after this restaurant on the left, a little bit of a climb, then they turn left, and once they turn left, the road conditions get worse.
They get worse, and the gradient becomes a lot steeper, as we see two riders from Groupama FDJ, that's Bruno Amaral and David Gaudu, wanting to break away, I think, looks like out the front of the peloton.
Big move by Gaudu and Amaral, but maybe they're chasing back on. We didn't see, and we're not getting much information on this climb today as to what's happening, as we see Michael Woods going clear now. Woods starts to put on a little bit more pace for the team of EF Pro Cycling. Michael Woods on his wheel, Guillaume Martin. Michael Woods, 34-year-old rider from Canada, winner of Milano Torino, winner of a stage of the Vuelta in 2018. Second Liège-Bastogne-Liège, third in the World Championships, swings across. Riders are suffering and losing a little bit of gap now and then. Stora is distanced for Sunweb, so is Dylan van Baarle, so is Gorka Izagirre. That work being done by him is now not going to work. Now at the front we see Mattia Cattaneo, Rob Power, Guillaume Martin, Sergio Henao, Michael Volgren, Rui Costa. Michael Woods is the front group with Ion Izagirre. Hannah, from here, the profile just gets worse.
Yeah, it does. It's around average of 7% at the moment. The steepest sections up to 9% with around 3.5 kilometres remaining. But now the riders at the front will start to look at each other. Who's going to start to set the paces? Riders don't have any teammates left in the front group. Now at the front of the peloton, Jumbo-Visma have put a rider out front. Marc Soler, the stage winner from stage 2, trying to make a move now.
Marc Soler trying to come up here to David Gaudu and to Bruno Amaral. So these riders have attacked Soler, Gaudu and Amaral. This is a big move on the mountain. So the race situation, leading group of riders with the likes of Michael Woods in it. Behind them a group of Soler, Gaudu, Amaral, and then the group being led by George Bennett of Jumbo-Visma. Trying here to bring Roglic to the front. Big attack from Esteban Chavez. Chavez goes. He's looking to try and take some time back. He lost time the other day when he had a puncture at a terrible moment. And also going is Felix Groß-Schartner. And another attack, it comes from Hugh Carthy as they go pinging past the riders in front of them who were previously on a move. Esteban Chavez now goes for a big attack on the mountain.
Well, we said earlier on today that it looks like Esteban Chavez is back to his the form that we knew a few years ago. And he's been having a strong tour so far at this Vuelta a España. Very unfortunate to lose time, but he's keen to make back that time before the first rest day of this year's Vuelta a España as they go over the narrow bridge. And it starts to kick up. You can just see the gradient of this climb and just the speed of how fast the riders are going in the pursuit and the chase to the front riders.
The race situation then, the group of leaders at 3 kilometres to go. A group behind containing Soler, Gaudu, David de la Cruz, Amarai, and then a group of Chavez. Attack now of Ion Izagirre. Izagirre goes. His brother has been on the attack all day, being chased down here by Rui Costa. Light riders now being distanced after that another attack of Ion Izagirre. 2,900 metres to go on stage 6 of the Vuelta a Espana. It's been a tough, brutal day in this year's race. Only 146 kilometres, but over 3,000 metres of climbing. Izagirre leads, behind him Costa and Michael Woods. Primoz Roglic, to me, is not on a great day. This man is suffering. He's losing the wheels. The gap is starting to grow. Roglic is now isolated.
Yeah, he's got no teammates with him at the moment. He's starting to ride away from George Bennett, who was the final rider from the Jumbo-Visma squad to help Primoz Roglic. He doesn't look as comfortable. You can just see it from his cadence and the gear that he's pushing. He's trying to spin his way up there. He doesn't look as fluid as he has done in the previous days. And riders just out front of him able to open up time. The likes of Esteban Chavez.
113 back to the group of Chavez. 137 back to the group of the red jersey. We'll get them all when we come across the line. There's so much happening in this race. To bring you back to it, though, Ion Izagirre going for glory on stage number 6. Gorka Izagirre has been on the attack all day today. Behind them, the chase on, but it's Michael Woods and Rui Costa. Behind them, it's Rob Power and Michael Volgren and Guillaume Martin. This is the leader going for the stage victory. This is Roglic. Where is Roglic now? He's the 5th group on the road, but really there are no groups left. There are riders isolated all over the place.
Also Enric Mas here for Movistar, so Enric Mas losing time here. Roglic able to ride away from him. Dan Martin just in front of Roglic in the full black kit. Also Esteban Chavez just ahead. So Roglic has been able to get back on terms with the move made by Esteban Chavez. But Enric Mas, the rider, losing time at the moment.
Roglic has recovered. Roglic has come back. So that is a great return by Primoz Roglic. He fights his way back to Dan Martin. Where is Richard Carapaz? That is the question. Where is the rider who was previously in the King of the Mountains jersey? Well, Izagirre is heading for a stage win unless this group do something about it. Ion Izagirre, the leader, 17 seconds. But remember, there is a group with Marc Soler, and in that group is Gaudu, De La Cruz and Amarai. Soler, at this moment in time, before the race start today, Soler started the day only 1 minute 55 seconds down. It's a big move by the Movistar team. They've gone with Soler. Enric Mas is starting to suffer. Roglic has recovered. But there are riders literally all over this mountain. Here is Carapaz with Hugh Carthy. So they are coming across to Soler. This is a move of Carapaz to take the Mayo Roca. Carapaz is now the rider who's in the ascendancy with Hugh Carthy on his wheel. So the rider who's 3rd overall and 5th overall are now trying to take the jersey from Roglic, who's being made to ride on the front by Martin and Chavez. Carapaz is the virtual red jersey.
Hugh Carthy really fighting the bike here to try and stay on the wheel of Richard Carapaz. Hugh Carthy, the British rider from EF Pro Cycling in the pink jersey. And Ion Izagirre doing a tremendous job. He's taken stage victories in the Tour de France during his career and the Giro d'Italia. Has never won a stage in his home Grand Tour, the Vuelta a Espana. So could he be riding to his first stage victory here?
So the race situation, Ion Izagirre, behind him a group at 22 seconds. At 1:27, the group of Carapaz and Amaral, Gaudu, and also in that group, Marc Soler. So Carapaz aiming for the red jersey. Behind them is the group of Primoz Roglic, and a little bit further back, the likes of Enric Mas. This race is being turned on its head. Ion Izagirre onto the 8% gradient. can see the ruts formed by the ice and the cold that is here in the winter. Izagirre has 1,100 metres to go. So Carapaz now leads this group. A little bit of an acceleration round the corner. Gaudu with him, and Roglic now starts to suffer. Dan Martin goes on the attack. Martin has got rid of Roglic. Roglic is starting to drop away. Can he hold on? This rider has come back once and twice, but the third time he now looks like he's laboured on this mountain. Esteban Chavez, a little gap. Roglic is fighting hard. The champion that he is, trying to come back to the wheels. Carapaz, though, is on a mission. The Ecuadorian winner of the Giro d'Italia is riding a time trial up to the top of Araman Formigal. Ion Izagirre heading now towards the stage victory. Carapaz with Gaudu on his wheel. David Gaudu is certainly starting to show some good form here. Hugh Carthy now starts to go.
Well, you have to wonder how much motivation Carapaz is gaining from into his radio, from his sports directors in the car. The fact that Primož Roglic and Enric Mas and Esteban Chavez are dropped and they're starting to lose time. You have to think how motivational this is for Carapaz to gain as much time as possible. It's the first sign of weakness from Roglic.
Ion Izagirre heading now towards the line, up at the top of Araman Formigal. This rider, 31-year-old rider, comes from where we started on day number 1 of this Vuelta a Espana. He's won the Tour of the Basque Country. He's a stage winner in 2 Grand Tours, the Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia. His 3rd appearance in the Vuelta a Espana could now bring him that hat-trick of wins in Grand Tours. Ion Izagirre, it was set up by Gorka Izagirre. There's almost a little smile on his face now, and now he does start to smile. 150 metres to the line. Ion Izagirre is going to win a stage in his home Grand Tour. This has been a wonderful day for Astana. A great setup by Gorka Izagirre, and Ion Izagirre is going to bring it home. 50 metres to the line. Take a bow. Ion Izagirre, the winner of stages now in the Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia, and now the Vuelta a Espana. Ion Izagirre, now we wait to see what damage has been done behind. The race situation, Roglic 5 seconds ahead of Martin with Carapaz at 13. It's Michael Woods who's going to sprint up here to take 2nd place on the day. Behind him is going to be Rui Costa. Then it's going to be Rob Power, Michael Volgren, Guillaume Martin. But it's not now about the placings. It's about what's going on behind with the Carapaz group. Here they come. Hugh Carthy looking for time. He's 38 seconds down on the red jersey. Hugh Carthy coming up to the finish for EF Pro Cycling. He's going to cross the line at 48 seconds. Behind him is Gorka Izagirre. Carapaz is going to cross the line at 55, 7 seconds behind Hugh Carthy. And they started the day between them 25 seconds, but it's all now about the time for Dan Martin and for Primož Roglic. Here comes Roglic in the red jersey, making his way up towards the finish. Where is Dan Martin? Looks like Roglic may well have recovered. There is Dan Martin. He finishes at 1:23. So Richard Carapaz, I think, is going to be the red jersey. Here comes Primož Roglic, the first sign of any faltering in this Vuelta a Espana, and he comes in at 1:38. So he loses 15 seconds on Dan Martin, but the most important thing is that he loses a huge amount of time. 28 seconds on Richard Carapaz, who now I think will be the red jersey of the Vuelta a Espana going into the rest day. What a finish to this stage.
Well, full of excitement and a lot of changes. A lot of riders taking their opportunity to take time from their rivals. And Richard Carapaz obviously coping well with the conditions, the weather conditions. Primož Roglič didn't look comfortable at all in the final 15 to 20 kilometers. And likewise, you know, even Dan Martin losing time. Enric Mas also losing time today. So a lot of riders suffering with the conditions. As we can just see Primož Roglič just outside our commentary booth. Looks very cold and doesn't look as strong as he has done in previous days.
These riders are in all sorts of condition at the finish. I'm just seeing Esteban Chavez, who was attacking. He's suffered over the last parts of this mountain. Chavez being looked after by his soigneur. It's so cold at this finish line. These riders, I think, also have to ride down to their buses as well at the end of this stage. But the day belongs to Ion Izagirre.
Well, you have to say, you know, Astana came in, they put 2 riders into that breakaway, 2 brothers. Gorka Izagirre doing a tremendous job, wanting to go out solo. Ion Izagirre was able to just sit with the chasers, not contribute to any of the work, save the legs, and yeah, the day belongs to the Izagirre brothers, and tremendous, you know, taking a stage victory in all 3 of the Grand Tours now.
When you look at it, 2 great setups. The team tactics played perfectly. Perfect setup by Astana, perfect setup for Carapaz and Team Ineos Grenadiers.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you know, it just shows you how the teamwork comes into its own. Ineos Grenadiers, you know, splitting the peloton on the descent along with Movistar as well. So that's what really did the damage to where Primož Roglič started to lose his time. When that peloton was split into 2, it forced him to chase back on.
I don't think he can quite believe that he pulled that off.
No, I can't, but I think, you know, you come into the race with a team plan. You know, you're constantly talking throughout the stage, going back to your sports director in the car, speaking into the radio. Between Jan and Gorka, they would have been talking to each other, you know, just to really read the race and what's going on the roads. That, you know, they come from you know, very close to this region right now. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, they know some of these roads, but they've studied the files the night before as well, as we get a full rundown of the top 10 of today's stage.
Ion Izagirre of Astana wins in 3 hours 41 minutes. Michael Wood second, Rui Costa in 3rd place. A great result for Rob Power of Sunweb, the Australian rider, in 4th place. Behind them, Michael Valgren, Guillaume Martin, Hugh Carthy high up there. There's the story of what went on behind, though. Carapaz at 55 seconds, Dan Martin at 1:23 on the day. And then the story of the next page, if it comes up, maybe, we'll sometimes have them, is going to tell us what happened with Roglič. 1:38, Enric Mas at 1:43. Esteban Chavez lost some time on that run-in. He was caught by Roglič, but there are riders all over this mountain. Richard Carapaz is the leader now of the Vuelta a Espana by 18 seconds from Hugh Carthy in 2nd place now. Dan Martin in 3rd at 20, and Roglič down in 4th place at 30 seconds. Enric Mas at 1:07 with Grosschartner now in 6th. Chavez in 8th and Valverde in 10th. Marc Soler, the big mover of the day for Movistar, into 7th place now, gradually picking up and moving up to the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, Marc Soler just keeps eking out the seconds, only closed the gap around 10-12 seconds, but he keeps riding the way he has done today, riding himself and remaining in the top 10 of this Vuelta a Espana in the overall classification. I think despite the ride from Roglič today, you know, I'm surprised to see him not losing more time than he has done.
We've never really seen Roglic crack on a road stage like that.
I think as well, not so early in a Grand Tour. We're only on stage 6, and, you know, it's... but, you know, the stages have been very, very demanding so far. We've had, you know, extremely fast, high-speed averages, lots of climbing throughout. Even on the, what was the sprint stage, you know, the average speed was very, very fast. So there's been no respite for these riders. As we see a smile from Marc Soler, little pat on the back here for the rider from Ineos, and just see head down for Roglic. I think a little bit of disappointment, but back to the drawing board to assess today.
A horrible day in the Vuelta a Espana. Primož Roglic suffering on that final climb.
Notably, Sepp Kuss completely dropped out of the top 10 in the overall classification now.
I think they had to ride. They had to bring him back. They had to do something when he lost the time. So George Bennett did the work, and we didn't see it on camera. But Sepp Kuss may well also have been a rider who was isolated with Roglic at the time. A really not good day for the team of Jumbo-Visma. But they'll fight back. We've got 2 weeks to go. Confirmation then that Tim Wellens still in the King of the Mountains jersey. Carapaz in second, with Dan Martin in third. Guillaume Martin is still there in 4th place now after picking up so many points on the roads. Could be a good aim for Guillaume Martin over the coming days.
Yeah, it could. We've seen him, that's 2 days in a row where he's been in the breakaway, consistently picking up the points. And I think, you know, another rider who lost a lot of time in the start of this Vuelta a Espana, you know, perhaps wanted to go for the overall, but lost the time, has to reassess. And, yeah, he's putting himself within the capabilities to try and take the jersey.
There's the points jersey. Roglic will be on the podium in the green. Carapaz now in second at 61 points, and Dan Martin in 3rd place at 57. We knew that today was going to be one of those days. These roads are extremely tough. It might have been a short stage, but as you said last night, 3,000 metres of climbing and 146k, but on really hard, gluey roads. They're brutal.
Yeah, and, you know, let's add the weather conditions from today. It's cold, it's wet. You know, it makes it, you know, very, very tricky. Teams are able to split things on the descent, put other riders under pressure, and, you know, other riders not able to manage the cold conditions as well as others. But I think, you know, it's just starting to see now the fatigue is starting to set in. Riders don't quite have that zip and explosion in the legs as they had at the beginning of the week, but into the first rest day, they have chance to recover.
Big day for Richard Carapaz as he moves into the lead. 18 seconds ahead of Hugh Carthy, who produced a very strong result today for EF Pro Cycling. Dan Martin moves from second into third. Roglic drops down to fourth. Henrik Mas saved this a little. His 5th place. Now he was 4th, but he's lost a little bit more time. Soler is the big winner for Movistar. Chavez still consolidates his position in 8th place. When Richard Carapaz won the Giro d'Italia, he did it on one day. One attack, one move, one place at the right time, and then he just saved the Giro all the way through. We're seeing a rider who's already won a Grand Tour now in the red jersey.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he's taking a look at his rivals where they're, you know, looking weak. He's able to, you know, extend and take lead and time out of them. That's what he did today. You just saw the difference in the riding styles as well, just how much stronger he looked. He got the bit between his teeth, he was pushing a big gear, and just able to continue to take the time out. In comparison to Roglic, who was pushing and keeping the cadence very, very high, pushing a smaller gear. So it just shows the different, the body language is completely different between the two riders now.
And when you saw the Tour de France, and both of those riders have ridden the Tour, Carapaz came out of the Tour very strong. He was finishing stronger and stronger every day. Roglic, everyone always says the stress of leading the Tour de France is huge. You have to do every single day. Just to confirm, Gorka Zaguirre crowns a great day for the family with the most combative rider. He set things up for his brother Ione Zaguirre, but you have to do press conferences every day. You have to do the mix zone every single day. You have anti-doping every single day on the Tour de France. We've just seen Tom Dumoulin finish the stage. The stress of leading the Tour de France is huge, whereas Carapaz rode that day, that wonderful day for Ineos, where him and Kwiatkowski rode. Let's hear now from Ione Zaguirre.
Tenías etapa en el Giro, tenías etapa en el Tour, ya tienes etapa en la Vuelta.
Sí, la verdad es que una satisfacción, ¿no? Tener etapas en las tres grandes y mira, hoy ha sido un día muy complicado con el clima que hemos tenido. Lo sabíamos, pero bueno, sabemos también que mañana será día de descanso y hoy hemos salido por todas, ¿no?
Hemos visto a tu hermano Gorka y a ti entrar en la escapada y jugar muy bien vuestras bazas. Cuéntame, ¿cómo os habéis organizado?
Sí, bueno, ha sido una fuga muy numerosa. Teníamos, pues bueno, equipos con tres corredores y bueno, al final Gorka se ha lanzado para abajo, ha cogido unos buenos segundos. Y atrás pues yo he ido un poco guardadito, ¿no? Controlando un poco esos cortes. Y sí que en algún momento sí que me he quedado un poco cortado, pero bueno, las fuerzas me han ayudado y al final, o sea, gracias a Gorka también que me ha dado esa calma, ¿no? De guiarme un poco, ¿no? De facilitarme las cosas, al final he podido rematar, ¿no?
La última, ¿cómo has sabido cuál era el momento de atacar?
Bueno, nunca lo sabes, ¿no? Pero ya faltaban solo 3 kilómetros, eran los 3 kilómetros más duros, la etapa había sido durísima con el clima que hemos tenido y yo creo que todos íbamos muy justos y ha sido que bueno, pues un momento que he visto un poco de incertidumbre, pues he decidido darlo todo y hasta meta.
Enhorabuena y gracias.
Gracias.
Ione Zaguirre.
Yeah, just saying that, you know, complicated to win in all three Grand Tours, but he's done it. It's been hard work, and he's finally, you know, become a part of that elusive and elite club of riders who've won in all three Grand Tours. He said, you know, my brother Gorka Zaguirre did some great work in the breakaway to set it up for me to win today, and you know, had to be very organised, a great team plan, and both brothers will make their way to the podium. Ione Zaguirre taking the stage victory, and his brother Gorka winning today's combativity a prize.
Perfectly orchestrated by the Astana team today. Making his way up to the line. A wonderful day. The chef obviously cooked a perfect dinner last night.
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth, Anthony. Great food.
We're going to wait then for the podium presentation. We're not going to give you the result of the Giro d'Italia, but I would say watch it and watch the highlights of today, because this race was all over the place too. There's the result of the day. Hugh Carthy, that was a wonderful performance by him, jumping away to take some time on all the main favourites. When we get into week number 2, just remember that he was the first favourite across the line. I think there's danger to come from Hugh Carthy over the coming couple of weeks.
Yeah, there is, and you know, taking a few seconds here and there. Another rider who probably came into this Grand Tour with, you know, not looking for an overall classification result for himself, but actually Daniel Martinez. Of course, he had to abandon, and he had a fantastic stage 1 and 2, Hugh Carthy. So, you know, the focus has shifted for him, and riding very, very well indeed. Just how much, you know, being a young rider, how is he going to be able to cope with the demands of this Grand Tour? But so far, looking phenomenal, and got Mike Woods, strong rider, to help him along as well.
Wonderful day. Movistar are the best team of the day. No surprises there. Here come some of the gruppetto. The delay will be 44 minutes, you say?
Yeah, roughly about 43, 44 minutes is what the time limit will be for the gruppetto today. So still a little bit of time yet. We're at 26 minutes, or just coming up to 27 minutes later after our stage winner, Ion Izagirre.
Still riders coming in. That's the main group who've made it across the line. Here's the winner of today's stage, Ion Izagirre of the Espana team. Winner of stages now in all 3 Grand Tours.
Ahí estamos con ese saludo de Óscar Pereiro, y a continuación le invitamos también a que Ion Izagirre luzca la medalla Cofidis, luzca ese premio especial.
A lot of the Jumbo-Visma team riders have just crossed the line.
Mucho más que ciclismo, es emociones, pasiones, superaciones, todo lo que nos ha brindado hoy, y el éxito del ganador de la etapa del día de hoy con Cofidis. Adelante, Ion Izagirre del equipo Astana, premio especial Cofidis.
Comes onto the podium twice as a stage winner.
Enhorabuena, campeón. Ahí tenemos esa felicitación, como no, para el tirista guipuzcoano del equipo Astana. Felicidades, campeón.
Confirmation again of the result of the day. Izagirre wins from the breakaway.
De la Vuelta del 2020, felicidades, ha logrado arrebatar esa prenda.
The red jersey now changes hands on the shoulders of the winner previously of the Giro d'Italia, Richard Carapaz. The Ecuadorian rider now leads the Vuelta a España.
En Ecuador, y están muy contentos también de verte en lo más alto del podio.
There's the top 10 as we go into the rest day tomorrow. Ineos Grenadiers were ambushed many years ago on these roads. Today, they've ambushed the Vuelta a España. Roglic down in 4th place now at 30 seconds. Carapaz now leads the young British rider Hugh Carthy at 18, and Dan Martin of Ireland at 20. That's a good top 10 we are looking at as we go into the rest day tomorrow. Primož Roglic suffered in the cold today at the end of the stage. He's got time to recover tomorrow, though. He's in the green jersey. Don't discount this rider in the coming couple of weeks. Some days, though, the cold and the wet can just get to you, and that's it, game over.
Yeah, it is, and if you're not managing it well with clothing and keeping warm during the stage, taking on bottles of tea, and also, eating well the night before in the morning of the race, maybe actually he just had an off day and it didn't feel that great today. He has got tomorrow to recover and, sort of come back for the final 2 weeks of this Grand Tour.
There's no hiding on this mountain, though, is there? It's relentless for 14 kilometres, if not 27 kilometres. The advantage Roglic has, though, is he has a day tomorrow to just recover. If we were going into the mountains again tomorrow, I'd really worry for him.
Yeah, I would, start to worry for him that, maybe if you're not feeling too great, another stage tomorrow, would be demanding. He doesn't have the time to recover, but he has this rest day, reset. Also, chat with the sports directors, with the riders. Think of the plan. Maybe, he's only 30 seconds down at the moment. It's not all, lost. It's not all game over for Roglic and Jumbo-Visma. but I think, you know, he does have to start thinking now, you know, where can I save energy? You know, maybe yesterday, you look at how much energy he used, and to only gain a few seconds, which in the end was nullified, as we hear now from Carapaz.
Por debajo del chubasquero la roja. Cuéntame, ¿cómo te sientes de ser líder de la Vuelta?
Nada, primero que todo, no, es una alegría muy grande porque hemos venido trabajando muy bien esta última semana. Sobre todo creo que hemos tenido muy buen desempeño y nada, no, hoy lo hemos intentado, nos ha salido muy bien y sobre todo pues que yo creo que este es el premio a la recompensa para el equipo.
Ha habido dos momentos clave en la etapa de hoy. El primero, el descenso de Cotefablo. Cuéntame, ¿qué habéis hecho los Ineos ahí?
Bueno, sí, no, un poco yo he hablado con André y bueno, nos manejamos muy bien en el agua y la intención era pues no bajar un poco rápido y a ver cómo se presentaba de cara al final. Y bueno, no, la verdad que le hemos pegado un sulcillo a más de alguno ahí bajando y bueno, eso también ha hecho animar a Movistar, ¿no?, que se ponga de cara al final.
Ha animado a Movistar, ha diezmado a Jumbo-Visma y todo eso ha sido el caldo de cultivo para llegar al segundo punto clave, tu ataque. ¿Cuándo lo has hecho? ¿Por qué has elegido ese momento para arrancar?
Bueno, no, un poco conocía cómo era la etapa al final y bueno, he dejado así un poco también, ¿no?, a la gente que estaba interesada. Y luego ha habido, la verdad, que muchos ataques por parte de otros corredores y bueno, no, sin más, yo había calculado más o menos mi distancia y me he movido en el momento justo.
¿Y ya lo que queda es defender lo conseguido o hay que buscar más ventajas?
Bueno, sí, todavía queda mucha vuelta, ¿no? Y bueno, vamos a defenderlo. Es un lujo poder defender un gran maillot.
Gracias.
Richard Carapaz of Ineos Grenadiers in red.
Yeah, very good stage for him, he says, and also, you know, the way that Andre Amador rode, he's very good in the wet, he said. He, you know, set a rapid pace on the front and on the descent, and that ultimately paid the price for Jumbo-Visma. So I think, you know, very thankful to the team, the way they rode. It was a great stage, and in the end, able to go into the first rest day with the Maya Rocco.
It didn't snow, but it was cold, icy rain on the climb to Aramon Formigal. But the racing was red hot, and the red jersey is now being worn by Richard Carapaz. Still riders making their way up to the finish line. Just seen the arrival of, I think, Rory Sutherland. He may well have been in the Gruppetto, the Israel Startup Nation. Matteo Badalati has just completed the course, I think just inside the time limit. A time limit each day for the riders to make, otherwise you don't start the day after the rest day. Still more riders getting up to the finish line now, as we see the best young rider, Enric Mas, wrapped up against the cold. He's not staying on the podium too long. Classification of the best young rider, Enric Mas leads 240 now to David Gaudu, who made an assault on the jersey, and Baggioli drops down to 8th place after that stage. A great move by David Gaudu today. He started to look strong. He had injury and sickness during the Tour de France.
Yeah, I think Baggioli having a very bad day. He's dropped from second overall in that young riders jersey down to 8th, more than 17 minutes back. But Gaudu and Bruno Amarai, they were the two riders making the move off the front with around 2.5 kilometres remaining. So eking out a little bit more time, closing the gap to Enric Mas, who finished behind Gaudu. So it just shows that that fight for the young riders jersey isn't over either.
No, there's all sorts of things will change in this race. There are little competitions going on all over the place, and it's not going to become clear until the third week. But I can confirm it's very cold at the top of this mountain. Extremely cold now. So we've heard from Carapaz as the red jersey. We've heard from our race winner, Ioni Zagire. Tomorrow we have the rest day to complete the first phase of this year's Vuelta. I think the riders will be pretty happy with a rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, especially after these weather conditions. It's been a very, very hard first 6 days of racing. But a day to reset also for the staff as well. With no riders hanging around at the top of this mountain, straight onto the buses to try and warm up, get into a dry change of clothes. And these are the times when, you know, for the riders who are leading classifications, they have to go and do the press conferences, they have to do post-race interviews onto the podium. This is where, on stages like this, with the weather and such hard racing, that, you know, it's all that extra energy spent.
Then tonight there is a pretty long transfer as well to get to the next stage. But then tomorrow the riders will go out, they'll do a couple of hours of riding. Some riders like to do more than others, but they will get themselves ready for stage number 7. Stage 7 taking us from Vitoria-Gasteiz to Villanueva to Valgagum, and it's going to be a stage of 159.7 kilometers. Vitoria-Gasteiz, the capital of the Basque Country. Two first category climbs on the stage, including the Puerta do Aduna, which is going to be the final climb of the day, with a descent down to the race finish in Villanueva. It's been a very tough week of racing. We've seen Roglic win stage 1, Soler 2, then Dan Martin took stage 3. Only one day for the sprinters so far. Sam Bennett taking that, with Tim Vellens taking yesterday's stage, and stage number 6 being a great setup by Astana, with Ioni Zagire taking the stage today. Well, we didn't go to the Tourmalet, but the organisers of the Vuelta managed to find a stage that gave us just as much entertainment. They had to find something that was going to replace the Tourmalet, or at least get somewhere close, and today was a very worthy replacement.
It certainly was. Provided some great bike racing, and you know, as we've said in the other stages, hats off to the organisers and the local authorities to be able to find a replacement stage so quickly, and get everything and all the infrastructure in place, and to make, you know, things as smooth as possible for the teams, give them as much warning as possible so they can know what the stage would be, can plan things out, plan their tactics as well. But I think, you know, just shows, you know, the organisation here at the Vuelta a España, you know, between them communicating local organisations with the police as well. Big, yeah, big hats off to them.
Big job done by them to keep the Vuelta on the road. On Tuesday,
corredor del Movistar
here we
Team,
are. Here's
cuéntame,
Enric Mas.
¿Qué sensaciones te deja la etapa de hoy?
Sensaciones frías, ¿no? Ha sido un día muy duro, un día que creo que no nos vamos a olvidar nunca en nuestras vidas. Y nada, menos mal que hemos ido a tope todo el día y bueno, nos ha pegado aquí el frío cuando hemos llegado a meta.
Por lo menos como equipo se os ha visto ofensivo, habéis intentado cosas. la sensación esa será buena.
Sí, la sensación ha sido buena, así que el equipo ha estado muy positivo, así que sí, hemos disfrutado.
Muchas gracias.
An extremely cold Enric Mas, freezing cold. Let's take a look at stage 7 to Villanueva del Valdovia into the finish, over 2 climbs of the Puerta de Orduna to finish the stage, starting in the capital of the Basque Country. Thank you very much for joining us for today's stage, a stage won by Ion Izagirre and a stage where Primož Roglic suffered. We're going to have a rest day tomorrow. From me, Anthony McCrossan, and alongside me, Hannah Walker. Enjoy the rest day. We'll be back on Tuesday. Bye for now.
Cuando yo apenas me levanto, mi meta comienza, mis ojos que cantan, mi garganta danza. Estos meses fueron sin tiempo y eternos. La vida a veces hay que plantearla como un atleta, como un atleta.